Just a second. Ooh, that almost didn't go over correctly. Give me just a second, darlings. I'll be right back. Gotta grab something. Forgot to put a dryer sheet in. Well, hello, hello. How you doing, darling? Didn't know the cardigan had this many buttons on it. Ugh. Hello, hello. We're gonna do some tea today. Fell asleep with my denture in, and I must have ended up grinding my jaw in my sleep, because I woke up with a sore spot over here, and I don't usually wear lower dentures, so that wouldn't have been the problem. So yeah, left my dentures in last night. At some point I dozed off or fell asleep, and I think I ground my jaw, so now I have a little bit of a tender spot, so I have to leave. Yeah, a little bit of a tender spot. And now I have to leave my dentures out for at least a day or so to give it some time to air out and calm the fuck down. Hello, darlings. Hello, friendos. Some stuff is going on. I can't talk much about an update for at least another couple of days, but some stuff is going on. I will let you guys know when I can. I promise. Promise. How are we today? As far as I had. Oh, there we are. Ran the dishwasher. I like my tea hot. Yo. Hello, hello, hello. How goes? Hello, friends. How are we doing? Oh, chicken noodle soup. Heck yeah. So, oh my god, I had I had such wonderfully demented fun over on the Purple app last night. And well, I mean, some of y'all saw the result. It was much more in the field of clown makeup rather than whatever what I was originally intending. Like, I don't know, I like wanted some sort of like an ombre effect makeup, and somehow veered way over into like clown makeup territory. Like demonic clown makeup territory, but you know, still had a lot of fun with it. But yeah, got a little bit of content made. I'm slowly getting back on that. I will keep posting as consistently as I can. Hey, I will keep posting as consistently as I can. Moving all non-essential goods and whatnot to a friend's house for storage for a little bit. starting this weekend. So I'm going to try to keep some like sewing items with me and some art items with me, because I don't know what exactly is going to go on in the next couple weeks, but I definitely want to keep my brain active rather than let it go and do that thing. It might be a little bit short tonight, mostly because I am way more tired than I thought I would be. Applications. Lots and lots of applications, but in a good way. So, yeah. How's everybody doing? If anything, this whole move has taught me I need to organize things even more. Oh, applications for like work and whatnot. So, did a revamp of a resume. Working on putting in more applications. Put in some applications even to places that I didn't necessarily want. But, you know, at this point in time, I've got to expand the box. Right, last couple days have just been absolutely draining. Yeah, getting those put in. I am going to try and get stuff listed, but it is taking for fucking ever. I've worked a lot of places before, but the kind of work that I would like to do on a more long-term basis, I haven't yet really gotten a job in that field. The field that I liked the most so far was fashion design, but I really want to go into more spicy work, dominant spicy work. But yeah, that can be a field that takes a lot of fine-tuning to step in, and I want to make sure that I'm doing it soundly and ethically. Okay, let me see if I can get this all into the big mug. Mostly in the mug. There we go. Oh. Hello. How's everybody doing? It's been a tiring Monday, hasn't it? Bunch of. Okay. Hello. Celestial time. Is it celestial? Yeah. Celestial seasons. Vitamin C tea. It's actually quite nice. Shall we sit? Oh. Slowly sinking in that this is going to be no longer my space, no longer my place. Not quite sure what I feel about that. Like, part of me is sad. Like, honestly, even with all the miasma and whatnot, even with all the chaos and whatnot, I enjoyed this place on a lot of levels. But Gotta move forward, you know? What's everybody else been up to? Hopefully a decent day. I'm guessing, you know, of course work, but this is gonna be an interesting, and by interesting I mean odd, holiday season to say the least. Hey Fashion! How you doing? I think so. I'm hoping that as I get my new place, that I'll be able to do a little bit of cleansing. Kind of depends on whether this is supposed to be like a short-term place or a long-term place. Yeah. Pretty alright day? Oh, good. Yeah, I heard about that. Like I'm sure I'm not the only one, but it feels even more so than usual, like we're sitting on a bit of a powder keg. And I don't know how much more the American public as a whole has in it before shit gets weird and goes sideways. Like, between the drones and, you know, the potential loss of billions of dollars for small businesses that were finally building up while we listen to corporate businesses absolutely and utterly disrespect us to our faces, you know, telling us to eat cereal for cereal for dinner if we can't afford food, and, you know, rent's too high, our kids aren't safe, like, so many fucking things just, and it's beyond the pale, because even when we were trying to get common sense regulations put into place, they were fighting us. But the moment a very rich person gets unalived for their part in making thousands, if not millions, suffer, whoa, we've got money to search and get that put together and figure this one out, and, you know, plant evidence on, you know, a patsy. But, you know, heaven fucking forfend we ask that our school kids, our schools, our teachers, as soon as we ask for just regular civilian population to be safe. Well, you know, well, maybe we should arm. No, common sense, goddamn regulations. Well, yeah. And I mean, I knew it was the bad place for quite some time now, but like every time that kind of shit happens, it's so tiring. And this is just following the philosophy of everything. It's like it's like they're trying to set that spark. Because if we have seen that the only time that they are going to move, mobilize, do anything about the bad shit that happens is when one of them feels it up close and personal, like they are setting themselves up to be in front of danger. And it's like, fuck. And then they expect us to have any sort of like empathy or sympathy, which, when you've watched your loved ones go through this kind of stress and suffering and whatnot, for how many decades on end now? I don't know. Just, it's a little bit wild. It's a little bit wild. But yeah, you know. Apparently Pluto just came out swinging. This is what we get for trying to make Pluto not a planet. I'm just going to sit here with a steamed facial for a good half second. So what else shall we speak on? What else shall we talk about? There's also been the whole fucking drone situation. New Jerseyans are getting super... They're not having it, and I don't blame them for 1 second. It's very unnerving. But yeah, like the level of irritation that the East Coast has going on, I'm just like... Apparently some people are now taking pot shots at the drones. And then the drones are like apparently attacking orbs. And I'm just like, fuck's sake, I'm gonna sit over here very quietly. Just because I will say for damn sure, I don't exactly have much of an idea what is going on at this moment in time. I can split my attention a lot of different ways, but it's just like... Know what I mean? At some point you're just like, yeah, go ahead, bring on the aliens. What else are we gonna do, really? Hello. How's everybody? Bit of a rough Monday, I'm guessing. Sorry. Is nobody in the chatting mood? I know topics can be rather deep, but around here, you know, we deal with all the different topics. So, hello, darling. How you doing? Been a bit of a rough Monday. Oh, got a lot of pictures taken, so that's helpful because I got to get, you know, stuff sold and whatnot. A little tired, but overall I'm doing okay. How are you doing today? Hello. Welcome on in. I'm actually not going to be let's try that whole sentence over again. So, I'm not going to be wearing dentures tonight or doing a persona. I fell asleep with my denture in, and I must have ended up doing one of my old habits, which is grinding. So I basically ground denture on unprotected gum line and irritated it. So I gotta take a day off, monitor it, make sure that I didn't damage myself. I usually don't fall asleep with the dentures in, or I usually don't have that issue, but you know, shit happens. Recently started a new job, which is good. Just stressed and tired. I feel you. I definitely feel you. I definitely feel you. Getting that new job is fantastic, but at the same point in time, It does adjust how much energy you use during the day, and it can be quite stressful. Quite stressful. Well, hopefully Tuesday will be a little bit nicer, a little bit better, a little bit more energy, a little bit more perk. Trying to remember if there's any other wacky, wild, witchy weirdness going on. There always seems to be something, you know. Oh yeah. Right. Just gotta keep pushing. Just keep swimming. Nothing that I can actually speak on right now. I'm poking at a few things here and there. We've had little progress in certain spaces. I just have to actually wait a couple of days. The waiting is always the hardest part. But yeah, I've got to wait a couple of days. This weekend I will be moving out all non-essential items, all items that have not yet been sold. My friend is helping me move those to storage. Hopefully I'll be able to sell off a few more things, or plan to sell off a few more things, or do a yard sale of some sort. Just I'm hoping. Right, this weekend was exhausting. Not like in a bad way, just this weekend was just really, really exhausting. Hey, Stussy. Now, I will say that I will be touring an apartment / room for rent next week. So, but absolutely no promises on that. Trying really hard not to let all of the emotions happen all at once, because that's not what I want right now. Just it's a lot going on. So well, there's some moving issues that I've been having, a couple things that, you know, I don't know if they've fallen through, if they're where they are. Some rental stuff is kind of up in the air. I'm just really exhausted, you know. I would love to take a mental health break. I honestly would. I just literally don't have the I don't have the privilege of doing so just yet. Gotta keep everything juggling, gotta keep everything moving, gotta keep trying to find that stability. And I have a feeling that it's on the horizon, but you know, that run up to stability is always tries your endurance. Tests your fortitude, as it were. Same. I think after next Monday I'll have a better idea. But yeah, it's like the not knowing is the more exhausting part, because you're on hyper alert for like any incoming messages, any incoming phone calls. Like, oh God, what if I have to like, you know, jump on it, go to her place, like, and then like sign paperwork within a day, you know, that kind of thing. And like, okay, well, what do I do about all this other stuff that I have? So there's like just a lot going on in that field, but also I'm putting in I'm putting in applications, and I just started putting in applications for like behavioral therapy, but most of the behavioral therapy out there would force me to work with kids. And I hate that. I really hate that. I want to work. I need the job. I need the stable income. But working with children is like literally probably my least favorite thing to do. I find them the most exhausting. And heaven forbid I ever see a kid who's got not good parents. Because I've run into that when I was a tutor. Tutoring kids who have not good parents breaks my heart. Because you can tell these kids are fucking trying so hard most of the time. But if you've got shitty parents and you're already having a bad time in school, sometimes not even a tutor helps because you're in a bad situation. And I hate watching kids fail because they've got a parent who they think little Johnny or little Susie are going to be a straight A student and don't recognize that some of these kids have behavioral issues because of, issues at home. And some of them are it's not their subject. It's just not their subject. And when it comes to behavioral therapy, that can be a real interesting bucket of crabs right there. Because you got to suss out real quick if the behavioral issue is just maladaptive, something they picked up from school, or just they're having some, difficulty forming the correct coping mechanism, or if it's partially driven by, parenting situations. And yeah, it's like, I just want them, to succeed. But yeah. But also, I'm going to be putting in more applications to some spicy places, which I know is like on the wild other side of what I just put in for. But like, honestly, I would prefer to stay on the spicy side of industries, because they're way more up my alley. They suit my taste a lot better, and dealing with adults are so much easier. So much easier, because at least you're dealing with a whole ass adult, so you're just like, I've got one person to hold accountable. That's it. Hey, how you doing, Ariana? Tired, but having some really nice citrus tea, upping that vitamin C. Just kind of chilling. Unfortunately, I won't be able to put in my dentures tonight, so I'm gonna be kind of lispy all night long. I think I'll do like tarot cards and whatnot maybe tomorrow night when I'm feeling hopefully a little bit better. Just right now, I'm a little ragged. I'm feeling a little ragged, So, How's everybody's day? What shall we talk about? Right. Mm-hmm. And it's a nice mesquite honey that I put in there from Trader Joe's. It's quite nice. Right? Right? I remember having orthodontia. But yeah, like, you know, every now and again when you would like cut up the inside of your cheek on your braces and you're just like, fuck life. Just no. Just no. So yeah, thank you for understanding. Right? It sucks so much. Hey, how you doing, Lexa? Ooh, hormonal roller coasters. I don't miss that shit. I don't miss that shit. Oh my god. Woo. Tell me, yes, live in fear. Live in fear. That's the safe bet. Whether it happens to be PMS or just a weird hormone flux or otherwise. Yeah. Right? Right? Oh my god. Yeah, it would take forever because you have to get in between each and every little thing. But of course, you know, when your face hurts, oh, it is just the absolute worst. It is the absolute worst. Right. It is definitely it's definitely Monday. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. There's a lot of moving parts going on right now, but I am fucking tired. But hey, that being said, woo-saw. Let's get everything taken pictures of, and let's get everything sold and everything moved. And I think I'm trying to honestly process my emotions around moving, because even though I know I need to move, at the same point in time, I'm like, of course, once I get all the essentials and non-essential items moved out, I'm gonna deep clean the living shit out of this place. But I've gotta get everything packed up. I'm probably gonna need a couple more totes to move everything with, so yeah. Ooh. One piece mini kit. Fuck yeah. That sounds awesome. So you're building the polar tang and listening to me. Okay, quick, somebody tell me what the polar tang is. I'm guessing that it is a ship. I could be very wrong though, so I ask questions. So yeah, right, slowly but surely. And like part of me just, like part of me wants to, you know, cry. Not out of sadness. You know what I mean though? Like you know that you needed to leave this place, but like there's emotion around it, right? Right? I'm just like, I would rather cry when confronted with a severe amount of frustration, than act on the other darker impulses that come with frustration, which are just to, let's bottle it up till it explodes. That doesn't ever work out, so yeah, I'm just like, I don't know why, I just want to cry. just a little. But I think it's just that release valve to let some of the excess off. Although, so I got a little bit of essentials shopping done today, and picked up some extra vitamins. I was like, you know, I kind of feel vitamin deficient, so I picked up a bit of vitamin D, bit of calcium, because I know for sure that I have not been getting nearly enough vitamin D / sunlight into my life. I went into my phone store today, asked them, okay, how much for a trade-in, an upgrade, you know, if I happen to get 2 lines, blah blah blah, what does that look like? They gave me actually a very reasonable price. But yeah. No, not yet at the new place. Been a little all over the place. The studio that I was supposed to move into fell through. I had a little bit of issue with another place that I wanted to get into. Everything's still kind of up in the air, but I've been putting in applications. I will tell you what happens with those, because I'm finally starting some dialogue, so... But it's working with kids, which makes my head hurt. But I'm also putting in applications some other places too, and I'm hoping those end up coming through, because working with kids drains my ever-loving soul. Right. Those errands are beyond tedious. Ugh. Yes, definitely take those. Definitely take those. Like, your body has... when your body decides to do the pregnancy thing, it strip mines your entire system for everything that it needs. Take the vitamins. Take the vitamins. Especially in winter. It's a lot harder, quite often, to get certain vitamins, minerals, and whatnot in. So, yeah. Especially if they're gonna be vitamins, fuck yeah. Get those into your system. You will feel a lot better and recover usually a lot quicker. You know how it goes. Hey, how's everybody doing? Hopefully some things come through and maybe I can process some, fucking emotions and whatnot. That part. Hey Jesse, how you doing? My system is deciding whether or not it's going to allow me to process emotions. I also, oh god. So, today I just had, random, for the most part, random lo-fi in the background. Found some really interesting, like, traditional Japanese instrument lo-fi. So, like, samishans and things like that. Some very interesting, very fun, instrumentals, and honestly they were super good for getting some cleaning and just easy handiwork done. I adored it for that. But yeah, after that I was like, let's scroll through, let's find something, and ended up binging a little bit of Undead Unluck, as well as I tried one more episode of Dawn to Dun. 5 episodes in, I am not the demographic. I'm trying so hard. Because, like, the intro song fucking goes hard. The overall instrumental is amazing. They had so much potential for such an interesting show, and it just revolves so heavily around basically an incel and dick and ball jokes. And I'm like, there's not a lot of really great character growth there. There's not really good character development. And I'm like, I'm trying, but it's just, it doesn't have any heart. Like, the only thing I know about Okuru is that he is an absolute pushover who desperately wants to please the one girl who pays him any amount of attention. He reads like a masochist. But when he's demon form, he's just an apathetic edgelord. And it just... there ain't much to it. And then you just have, the bossy girl character. And, like, she has so much potential. She could be really cool and insightful and still have that edge to that attitude, but, like, be cool, insightful, like, really have some reasons for being as brusque as she is. And instead, no, not so much. Enjoying, ooh, Jepjen. I didn't even say that nearly close, but I think I know what that is. And I love good Korean food, I really do. Hey, doing good, how about you? But yeah, like, I tried to get in, like, Turbo Granny. Turbo Granny has probably one of the better, like, backstories, one of the better reasons to be the way they are, but then constantly being focused on children's parts as a joke, but still children's parts. Like, ew. Especially when her character is supposed to be almost like a champion or a guardian spirit type thing for people who have been harmed. And it's like, you have this really great backstory that they could be leaning into and, fleshing out and, really showing off with and like, oh, well, she's super fast because of these reasons, and, she protects this area. Oh, they're going to work together respectively. Da-da-da. No, they didn't do any of that. And they didn't really give good reason for why things are happening the way they are. And I'm like, I sat through 5 episodes. 5 episodes, and it just ain't for me. Undead Unluck, on the other hand, I'm finding that one interesting, and I'm actually getting quite a bit more character development out of that one. So I'm definitely more interested. I think I'm about 17 or 18 episodes in now, and I think there's like 24 in total. 24, 25. That one was better written. At first, I wasn't sure. I thought it was going to be another, campy, mildly fan service, D-bag starter kit, edgelord kind of. But there's actually been character development. There's actually characters that have some heart and depth to them. Is Undead Unluck done by the same people who did Soul Eater and Soul Eater Not? Because that particular art style that they have is so very particular, and the main character, Undead, or Andy, very much reminds me of Soul from Soul Eater. Hello. I find the Unluck character interesting, but she needs more work. Andy, I feel, has actually matured and progressed, especially since we first met him. That character's doing a lot more. I'd love to learn more about the Round Table. Untouchables episode was really good, but incredibly hits you in the heartstrings. Same point in time, I would really appreciate if they would give that poor child actual clothing. This is me. Hello, hello. Welcome on in. I'm just rambling on about anime and whatnot. Some of the stuff that I've picked up lately. I'm probably going to try and finish that out tonight if I can. And then I'll figure out where. Oh, God. I desperately tried to watch Case Study of Vanitas. I couldn't. Because the person who was going to become, like, the main focal protagonist... Irritated. Oh my God, so irritated. Just, no. Right? No, I'm definitely with you. I'm tired as fuck. Honestly, I'm exhausted. Hey, Haley! Right? Oh my God. Cowboy Bebop and Samurai Champloo are wonderfully pivotal. Like, they are main staples in a lot of ways. Definitely they, them. Unfortunately, I can't wear, well, I'm not going to wear a corset tonight, but also I can't put in my dentures tonight because I had my dentures in, fell asleep, and ended up grinding. So I pissed off my gums, so gotta give them a few days to air out. But yeah. How are you doing today, Haley? Samurai Champloo. Gee, should I watch that again for the 6th time? Look, goddammit, it is not my fault that the Samurai Champloo soundtrack was so fucking fire. It was so fucking good. Like, between Samurai Champloo and Afro Samurai, the soundtracks, that combination of rap and traditional Japanese music influence, the way they really went about that, loved it. Plus the animation style was just so fucking good. So fucking good, you know? Right, yeah, like, I can't figure out if I had just, like, if I had a dream that... Oh. I did have a zombie dream. Recently. So I might have been a little bit stressed. Might have been a little bit stressed. That could be it. But yeah. Usually I don't have this problem. I can fall asleep with, you know, the dentures in, and I'm fine. I can actually sleep with them in. I don't ever sleep with your lower denture in. That one can actually make it around the bend in your throat. It becomes a hazard. But the upper plate, for the most part, is not nearly as hazardous. Just say. But yeah, no. My brain skipped a beat. Oh, that's right. Right? No, the shit you find out. The shit you find out. Kind of like, oh, what was it? Potassium is a soft metal at room temperature, as is sodium. But when you combine sodium and potassium together, they create like this super interesting, almost liquid metal at room temperature, basically, and they use that as coolant for nuclear devices. I think I said that word wrong. Yeah, but you know what I mean. I have this really weird reoccurring style of dream where I'm a survivor of like a zombie style apocalypse. There's still a dystopian. There's not necessarily nearly as many around, but I'm usually having to survive on my own. And I do so pretty handily. I'm usually decently calm, but still it's like I have to survive, usually alone, in a dystopian. I always end up in some rich person's house with nobody else around. Occasionally I'll run into like a survivor or something like that. You know, right. Definitely sounds like life. Definitely sounds like freaking life. Well, and the ones that actually stress me out. Hey, how you doing, Jovan? The ones that stress me out are the zombie nightmares when it's the beginning of everything. Because I'm like, in the beginning, people usually aren't super careful or safe because they don't have to worry. They don't know to worry. And there are just too many people who don't understand things like cross-contamination or, you know, like danger signs to look out for. And I have seen just too many people who either hit a fawn response or a denial response when really bad shit goes on. And I'm like, zombie apocalypse is a bad time to have either one of those. And it's always, when it comes to those, and those are the ones I can feel stress. But when it comes to those, it's always me running around and like telling people, like, something's not right. I can't tell you what's not right, but something's really, really, really not right. Like, there's not nearly as much, like, the sounds of wildlife are not around. Like, there's a outbreak of like fires, but like they're, you know, like small house fire kind of things. You know, just little things are not quite right. And like, you don't get like full, you know, Walking Dead kind of zombies, but like, you'll see people who are not quite right, or I'll see people who are not quite right in my dreams, and it's like, ooh, time to get inside. Time to get inside now. Time to get inside now. People are like, but can't we help everybody? No, you cannot help everybody. Like, holy fuck, you cannot help everybody. Once you see that a person is not moving right, pick up your kids, pick up your elderly, pick up your disabled, get inside. Do not try and help somebody who's moving in a really erratic manner, especially when they have, you know, infectious material going on. And why does nobody cover their frickin' forearms, let alone their calves? Aww. Hey, honey fever, how you doing? Come along, my little batlings. Hey. Right. Like how people, even in my dreams, how people, and I know it's because this is how normal people would act, but it's like, if I do make eye contact with other people in my dreams, especially the ones that are like, oh yeah, we gotta get gone. It's just like, we're looking at each other and it's that acknowledgement of, we're seeing the pattern, but how are other people not seeing the pattern? And of course, you know, you get, you know, misinformation. Oh no, it's nothing to worry about. It's nothing. Bullshit, it's not something to worry about. To me, zombie apocalypses are quite often just about a very visible spread of a disease or a social malady. And because you can see it, you can treat it, you would think. But there are some people who just do not recognize an untreatable thing for what it is when it's right in front of their face. Like, I don't remember any zombie movies where the zombies themselves could be treated and reverted back to living, other than like warm bodies. Which, the way they went about that was really, really far-fetched, and honestly it read more like a satire on how to change an incel, basically. And I'm just like, really? Really? But yeah. Yeah, no, I don't think I've ever seen a an apocalypse or a dystopian where those who've already been infected and turned could be turned back. Have there been any, though? Like, can anybody think of a zombie movie that they've been able to revert them back once they've been brought over, as it were? Oh, that's right. I love that there was always a debate as to whether or not these were zombies or if they were supposed to read more like vampires. To me, there could be a good argument for either or. But yeah, you're very right in that they were trying for a cure on that. They were definitely trying for a cure for the illness and whatnot. I Am Legend is very interesting. I kind of wanted them to go in a little bit harder on the psychological effect of him being alone for several years, but I still appreciated it very much for what they did. I think they strayed too far from the original on a lot of issues and points. And I mean, there's the book, there's the comic book, there's also some of the old school movies, because I Am Legend is technically a remake. But yeah, I'm like, I wish they had stuck a little bit closer to like the book, comic book, old movie. But I can also kind of understand why they wanted to do something a little bit different so they wouldn't just get lumped in with what they were, what's already been put out there. There was a alternate ending to 28 Days Later that the test audience hated. Oh, I bet. Well, because I Am Legend also had two endings. The ending we got ended up being the ending that a lot of audiences were not happy about. Like, what? How? Why? Um, in the not in the theatrical, but in the DVD release, I believe they show you the alternate ending for I Am Legend, and it's a little bit better, but it still really lacks like depth and closure overall. You know what movie had next to no closure? Oh, it was so good. It was very unnerving, but had next to no closure. Dawn of the Dead with I think that was 2004 Ving Rhames. Like, good action zombie movie overall, but the ending, was a little bit aggravating because it left it so wide open. Right? Right? That part. And here's my whole thing. In 28 Days Later, you could be infected by bite, You could be infected by scratch. All it needed is basically one drop of infection in an open wound or in a mucosal membrane. I didn't like that. I really didn't like that. It was too easy. And I'm just like, no. I would have at least liked to have seen the struggle take place over a greater amount of time. Like, the more exposure you have, of course, the faster you turn. I'm okay with that. But if you've only got a single drop exposure to something that is viral, it's going to take a bit longer for it to have a reaction in your system. Because this particular virus attacked the amygdala, which is in the brain center. A single drop to a mucal membrane, it has to cross the blood-brain barrier. You have to cross a couple of steps. Also, your body has to recognize to attack it as if it's a virus. It doesn't just necessarily take over. Hell, that's how HIV does its thing, is it waits for an autoimmune cell to attack it and basically ingest it, and then it can take over from the inside. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more delay in time, so they're like, oh god, I think I got it in my eye. No, okay, I'm good, okay, whew, that was so close. And then, like, slowly ramp that up. Oh, that would have been good. I freaking love Shaun of the Dead. I absolutely adore Shaun of the Dead. Shaun of the Dead was a really just, ooh. They did such a good job because, yes, it was a parody, but they also did really well at actually creating tension in the movie. So at least some point in time, there was what felt like real danger, and it went from being, oh, this is lighthearted, to, oh shit, this is not funny anymore. I mean, it's funny still, but it's not funny. There's implication, there's ramifications, like, holy shit. And yeah, they did really good at it. I also believe Simon Pegg did like a little holiday tribute that basically followed his walk to the convenience store from Shaun of the Dead. And I giggled. He even included like the little trip up on the curbside. You know, he's like looking back, he's talking with, you know, the camera person as they're walking along. He's like, yeah, I don't know what to do. I figured I'd like to do something special for Christmas. But it, like, so fluid, and yeah, followed it like practically shot for shot. It was so fun. But yeah, Shaun of the Dead was really a well done movie. And especially comedy-wise, they mix comedy and horror really well. I will have to give the UK this. They do comedic as well as still very heartfelt zombie action comedies. Because I just realized you've got Shaun of the Dead. There's also Cockney versus Zombies, which is just, it's comedy. It's pure frickin' comedy. It's a good romp. But also Anna and the Apocalypse. So yeah, they do comedy zombie movies really well. Which, who knew that would be a skill or talent to have, but they do it. What are some of your favorite zombie movies? I've got a good number of zombie movies under my belt. I don't know. I don't know why. I like zombie movies. Like, vampire movies, they can be fun, but so often they're trying so hard to be sexy. And I'm like, can you just not? Can you just be scary? Can you just be unhinged and aggro? Like, you know, be a zombie, like, be a vampire, but like, be the more aggressive side rather than the always dressing it up as hot and tawdry. They say as they are doing the in a battery persona. I understand my hypocrisy, okay? Right, yes! Zombieland! Zombieland and then Zombieland Double Tap. I think if Double Tap had been slightly more self-aware, it would have been better. But instead they were trying to play like they had a serious plot. The first Zombieland did not suffer from that. The first Zombieland, there was comedy. They recognized that they were, a comedy, a campy movie. You're supposed to have zombies, but that they were going to be a little bit funnier. That there was going to be, some tropes. Like their zombie kill of the weeks were really funny. The way they made certain shit happened, the way their car kept falling apart into disrepair, being disabled, being stolen, and yet he kept drawing the number 3 for Dale Earnhardt Jr., I think it was, on the side of each and every car that they got. So like, yeah, there was a certain better self-awareness. And the second movie tried to take itself more seriously. Hey, how you doing? But yeah, Double Tap hyped itself up. Double Tap was like, oh yeah, we're gonna have these like really cool zombies, and they're gonna be extra hard to unalive, and they're gonna be super wicked cool. And we barely got to see anything from them. Plus the interpersonal relationships between like Wichita, Little Rock, Tallahassee, and Columbus. They were still trying to treat Little Rock like a child. And so far I'm doing pretty good. We're just discussing zombie movies and the like as we go. They still treated Little Rock like she was a child. And several years had passed since the first movie. I think like something like 5 years had passed. Kind of in that time together. So she was like 18, 19 years old. The relationship between Tallahassee and Little Rock needed to be more clear. At times, I was a little worried that they were going to try and steer it in the direction of just slightly more inappropriate. Luckily, if you stick with the movie, it does show that it is very much a protective father role, but they didn't always put that across the best. Right? Yeah, no. There are certain genres of film that I was just like, especially like genres of horror that I'm just like, it's not really me. It's not really me. I used to be big on like vampires and like ghost demons, that kind of stuff. Because like Poltergeist and the like. Poltergeist and oh crap, Exorcist, that kind of stuff. But 2004's Dawn of the Dead with Ving Rhames, that was the thing that was like, a zombie movie can be good. And I think it was the introduction of actually threatening undead people. Because before that, they were slow. They were uncoordinated. They didn't move very fast. So you're just going, dude, if you actually get caught by them, like, how slow were you? How are you just not paying attention? And how did you not fight them off? But 2004, not only did they make them faster, they traveled in packs, they were very aggressive, they still had some senses about them. But yeah, and oh my god, the effects. The effects so much better. I love the different reimaginings of them as monsters. And sometimes the effects, the special effects, the makeup effects were so good that you could actually tell one zombie movie from another. So like if you got a particular style of makeup, you'd be like, oh, okay, this is Walking Dead versus Z Nation versus, Dawn of the Dead, Zombieland, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, like the special effects, the practical effects became so much better, especially when we did when we got The Walking Dead. Greg Nicotero's interpretation of zombie makeup, and I'm not just talking about him, but him and his whole crew, their interpretation of zombie makeup and decay was really like much better thought out and really, really, really well executed. And I mean, they used some brilliant techniques to really sell a desiccated, marred, unalive person. I think around season 5 it started getting repetitive, and by season 8 it was just trauma Olympics. And I'm like, could we see some forward to progression of putting the world back together? Because it feels something like a decade has passed, even though Judith is only like 5-6 years old, which would make it okay. So about 6-7 years had passed, something to that. But it's like it feels like forever has passed, and yet we're not making really any forward progression at reestablishing some sort of civilization. Well, then, here's the thing that I have never understand about those kind of instances. In those instances, why are they not forming brigades that can lure herds towards a particular area to have said herds taken care of? Because here's my thing. This is a little bit of a spoiler. The artistic chick from the dump. At one point in time, she has to face off against a very large herd of walkers. When that happens, she turns on one of those big industrial grinders. Basically, there's like a ramp of packed dirt, one of these big grinders, and she like gets basically to the other side of that. Because they're Z's, because they are walkers, they don't have a conscious, sentient mind that would go, oh, this is dangerous, I have to actually, try and get around on the sides or whatever. And their balance isn't very good. So, of course, they fall in. And it does its job. Like human flesh is not about to stop a grinder, especially not an industrial grinder, not in any meaningful way. I mean, it's like the wood chipper issue. You know what I mean? How that wasn't already being employed on a larger scale? Because think all you'd have to do is get, half a dozen of those, elevate a ramp, get those going so you've got, a place where the stuff could clear out, and then you can put buckets underneath, let the buckets fill with zombie goop, and then take it over and put it into a burn pile. Like, dry it out if you need to, but like, put it into a burn pile. Like, get it taken care of that way. And the sound of these things, rolling. Hey, how you doing, JD? The sound of those things rolling, of course, would attract more walkers towards that area, which means all you have to do is turn it on, have it hooked up to a solar power source, but turn it on, let it do its thing, let them come, and this way you don't have them wandering around. Because when they wander around, that's when they can create more issues. But you think they would have like pit traps and other things that would protect an area. Like Morgan, honestly, even though it was a little over the top, Morgan's place, he did the right thing in order to... Thank you, darling. But yeah, no, Morgan was able to fortify that town. And it was so smart. It was honestly so smart. And if you were like living, if you were sentient, it was, it was, what do you call... Like, if you were sentient, you'd be able to see a lot of the traps. Like, most of them, pretty honest, they were there. You could see them. But yeah, just so much that they could do. And Morgan clearly showed that. But, like, the rest of this, like a lot of the other survivors that we find, they didn't make any sort of real, meaningful effort to keep walkers at bay. Oh, when Glenn and Abraham happened, I cannot watch that episode. I saw it once. I can never watch it again. It was quite literally traumatizing. And apparently they did not tell anybody who was actually going out. And they filmed multiple scenes. So in some of them, it was like Tara, Rosario, and Aaron. I think in at least one of them, it was like Aaron and Jesus. So they shot multiple possible endings because they had been suffering from some leaks on certain episodes here and there. And so they filmed these endings so that if the wrong ending got leaked, they would know where it was coming from. So, yeah. But yeah, no, when the Whispers came in, when Alpha and Beta came in with Negan, the fact that they kept Negan around for as long as they have is... Negan makes me unreasonably upset because he did so many horrific things and cost so many people their lives that and no part of him was ever remorseful. Ever. The fact that he was so unremorseful and in fact took glee in it. and was so damn narcissistic about it. I'm like, nah, he should have been eliminated. He should not have survived nearly as long as he did. Either Rick or Michonne should have gotten just desserts on that one. And I mean, if you look at Rick Grimes from the comic book, and you look at how many savers Rick Grimes took out, he took out over half the saviors by himself. Not all in one go, but like he would go on expeditions and take out a few here, take out a few there. There's a reason the saviors not only loathed him, but feared him. And they really didn't do it justice. I wanted to say that, yes. Michonne and Rick in the show have a child together. I will never forgive AMC for not agreeing to pay Chandler Riggs better. The whole reason Carl didn't stay longer on Walking Dead was because AMC got stingy. And I'm like, are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? We have taken this little tiny escape artist and turned him into a teenage psychopath. And like he was still going on his arc. Carl was one of the most complex characters on that show. And I honestly think that his development was the closest to what you could expect out of a child growing up in a dystopian apocalypse, basically. Shane and Lori, they are, without a doubt, two of my most love to hate characters ever. Ever. Because Lori, the amount of contradiction that comes out of her mouth every time she talks. The way she treats Rick like an arm to be worked. The way she plays Rick and Shane off of each other. She was a master manipulator and a terrible fucking person, but not for 1 second did her actions ever excuse Shane's. Which I love the fact that that was complex. Now Rick's wanting to keep Lori pregnant during a zombie apocalypse didn't make a damn lick of sense. That part I could tell was written by a man. That part was definitely written by a man. But the not knowing whether it was Shane's or whether it was Rick's for a good long while, I'm just like, but here's my whole thing. You don't know if your husband's actually in the ground. And a month later, you're hooking up with his partner / best friend / somebody that you have probably known for a good long while. I'm like, girl, you didn't just catch feelings out of nowhere because some handsome man came out of the dark and saved your ass. Nah. You've been planning this for a while. And the only reason you didn't get rid of your husband before the apocalypse is because that would make you look like a piece of trash, which you fucking were. But it would make you look like a piece of trash who didn't know how to handle making a marriage work. But she was honestly one of the most toxic ass people. And honestly, part of me looks at Rick's reaction and his necessity to find his son and his wife, that need to get back to them, his need to forgive them. I'm like, dude, you honestly sound like a battered husband. You come across as somebody who has been abused by their partner. And then watching the way Lori treated him, I'm like, oh shit, you are a battered husband. You were abused. Even though I don't think that abuse was necessarily like a physical abuse, it was definitely emotional and psychological. And she used Carl, or just the fact that they have a kid together to inflict damage. And really, really, really hurt him. It's like, damn. Carol was so good. Carol is what happens when you have a master manipulator who is the survivor. Lori is the master manipulator if you're the abuser. It was wild to see two female master manipulators, but they were opposite ends of the spectrum. And it's like, fuck. Because Carol was heavily abused. Her husband was a PDF file. He abused their daughter. It is heavily implied that he abused their daughter. She went through so much suffering, so much loss. And she had to learn how to survive even before the walkers. And watching her lie is haunting. Because you can tell when she's lying versus like when she's telling a truth. And she's really good at telling a truth. She's even better at telling a lie. And that is wild. Because she'll tell you, oh yeah, I made these cookies. They've got acorns in them, da-da-da. She'll tell you exactly what's in the cookies. She'll tell you exactly what's in the casserole. And that you better give back the casserole dish in one piece. When she faced off against that doctor, looking like all of 100 pounds soaking wet in a old school mom's cardigan look, that was wild. That was so wild. Because you could tell that man was in danger around her. And it was a master performance. It was an absolute master performance. But even the way she interviews for, oh God, not Terminus, the township, not Hilltop, before Alexandria. Oh, I don't know why. My brain went blank on that one. But yeah, no, the way she interviewed for Alexandria. Oh, I didn't really have much to contribute to the group, and if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't even be here. I wouldn't be alive. Yeah. So I pitched out the best I can. I just kind of became the den mom, and took care of the kids, cooked some meals here and there, and they believed it. They swallowed it hook, line, and sinker. And just, oh, okay, here we'll get you in charge of like cooking. She goes out and forages all of the necessary ingredients to make cookies. She makes her own acorn flour. This woman is well prepped for survival. She is scary. She turns into one of the wolves. Do you know how hard it is to fit in with people who are that mentally unhinged, and yet she mimicked the wolves perfectly. She bamboozled the saviors on multiple occasions. Like, she is... Her and Daryl are probably two of the biggest threats, if not the biggest threats. But also, when I say threat, I don't mean just, oh, they can randomly go off. I mean, they are so cold and so calculated. Right. And she delivered it in such a sweet way. In such a sweet way. That, yeah, you believed that motherly persona that she would put on. Like, I don't think it mattered if it was poison or a sharp implement to the backside of your head, or, you know, a bow, an arrow, a knife, a gun. It didn't matter what it was. Like, she could take care of you. She could take care of you, and you'd never see it coming. You would never see it coming. She was so good at it. Like, she knew how to play the injured woman so well, because for the longest time she was the injured woman. So going back to the source material, as it were, was very, very easy. But I also love the fact that they didn't just let her sit smugly in that role. They actually made her have some difficult thoughts and emotions over her ability to slip into violence so easily, and her ability to do horrible things to protect people that she loved. Like, and Melissa McBride. Oh, such a peak choice. Such a good choice. Right? I'm just trying to convince myself to watch the later seasons to see the full fruition of her progression. I just don't know if I want to... Okay, so there's Fear the Walking Dead, right? And then there's The Walking Dead. What are the other ones called? Because aren't there something like 6 spin-offs or something to that effect? And so far as we have known, only the UK has been able to shut down being invaded. To me, island nations should have had a much higher chance of not being infected. Mostly because, you know, zombies, you know, they can run across and they never get tired. They can cover a lot of ground, as it were. To get to an island, especially when the world is going a little bit bonkers, would be more difficult, because one of the first things they're going to shut down is flights. When flights become a risk, especially like, oh, if you're you know, pilot were to get infected, yeah, that could go bad really quick. And in a lot of emergency situations, pilots are actually supposed to set down over water. That's not always in their best interest to live, but sometimes they are put down over water because there is less chance that the incident is going to harm extra civilians. The collateral damage will be greatly reduced if they go down over water versus going down over civilian population. And if the government knew that the civilian population, how do I put this? If the government knew that the civilian population could very quickly become the problem, any flights, I'm guessing, especially any flights that were in the air, boom, they would automatically ground everything. Because here's the other thing. If there was going to be rapid response, especially via the military, for a apocalypse dystopian zombie type situation, the military would need as much of the airspace free, with nothing in it, so that they could not only cross countries, but, even just cross cities, deliver ordinances to where, they had larger populations of walkers and the like. Fear the Walking Dead, when they go to the stadium, Dodger Stadium. That was so smartly done. Because what better way to corral a massive amount of biological hazards on 2 feet? What better way to do that than lead them into an arena that has lots of tunnels, lots of ways that they can walk around and whatnot, lots of spaces that they can clog, but also you've got that big open area so you can drop in heavy ordnance from above, and you're not worried about if the roof comes down first, well, that could cover over some of the walkers, and then you have, hazard during cleanup. No, open-topped stadium, heavy ordnance in, then you just kind of wait for a while, see if anything mills around or if anything moves. If anything moves, you just drop more ordnance. But yeah, there were certain little things, but I'm just saying. Also, I want to see the return of Rick Grimes. I really want to see the return of Rick Grimes. Because apparently these last couple of episodes in the season that they're doing right now has had some amazing storytelling in it. Much better than the last couple of years. If that isn't just the most... I love that. Started on a plane, ended in a terminal. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. What was the other one I was thinking that... Oh! Who here has seen Army of the Dead with Dave Bautista? One of my favorites. Honestly, one of my favorites. And then there's Army of Thieves, which is actually a prequel to Army of the Dead. Kind of fun, but it's like they tried to wedge two things together. I think Army of the Dead was one that I appreciated. I actually appreciated. They definitely tried a very different route. Definitely a different manner. Almost a more realistic route. In a lot of ways. They had much faster response. They were able to close off cities and whatnot. They were smart and used train cars to actually create a very thick barrier that couldn't just be easily pushed over or piled up and climbed over, because it was something like 3-4 train cars high, and then they dropped that final brick into place, which that was a good opening. That was a wild opening, because not only did you get a really good overview for each of your characters that you'd be interacting with, or who'd be like major protagonist, you actually got some quick backstory, some quick exposition as to who they were and what really drove them as a human being, as a person. So yeah, you could see how they were there, they were trying to help people, they were heroes, but they didn't want to be called heroes kind of thing. You know, like they were going in, they were doing their best, all those things, and each and every one of them lost, like, major. You could tell that each and every one of them went through some massive amount of trauma, sometimes multiple amounts of trauma, like watching loved ones. They did a really good job on that. They went a little too far at times into the slapstick. What's the kid's name? The safe cracker. Dieter. He was funny. He was good comedic relief. But he was too much comedic relief at times. Like, I think the movie could have been a little bit more tense, a little bit, still kept the comedy parts and some of the ha-ha factors, the laugh factors, the things that give you some tension release. But, like, Dieter being so incredibly inept with any sort of weapon, or constantly asking about how to harm a walker. Like, dude, this particular instance has been going on for what, a couple years at that point? And they had been able to mostly shut down the spread. You would have known. Like, everybody would have been informed on how to deal with zombies. Because an uninformed population would not have had such a good, clean, heavy response to an outbreak in the first place. Like, information should have been disseminated very quickly, therefore everybody should have known how to deal with a zombie. Now, I was not a big fan of the... Again, these are spoilers. If you don't want to hear spoilers about Army of the Dead with Dave Bautista, like, go ahead and move on, because I don't want to spoil anything. Was a decent movie overall. I didn't like the pregnancy plot point. It didn't need to be. It really didn't need to be. And I can't pinpoint exactly why, but I was very... Oh no, wait, I think I can pinpoint why. I didn't like that even in a zombie movie, women, females, were reduced to reproducing. And that the queen of the zombies, her major contribution and the whole reason the alpha zombie was so upset is because pregnancy. I'm like, this is a zombie film. Can we... Yeah, sure, give them a king and queen zombie, give the zombies some semblance of intelligence. That's actually interesting. But to reduce zombies back down to regular, traditional, gendered roles, like, really? You could have done something so much more. Hell, they had a zombie tiger. That was freaking interesting. The zombie tiger was awesome. That was terrifying. That was scary. That was like, fuck yeah. And, you know, it was kind of, they had some good tongue-in-cheek jokes about that. But yeah, to take a female character and just reduce her down again to her reproductive bits, even when she is not alive, like, are you fucking kidding me? But yeah, that's me. It's me. It's me. Hey Laura, how you doing? How's everybody? Dave Bautista does some really good work. Like, unlike certain other athletes turned actors, I like the fact that Dave Bautista takes a pretty wide range of roles. So yeah. Oh, it is. It is. Like, and they actually did some really good CGI. Ooh, it is one gnarly ass looking zombie tiger. I am super impressed by it. I honestly love it. Now, if you want a good zombie TV series, and you like a little bit campy, a little bit funny, haha, but also some decent storyline, Z Nation by Asylum. Z Nation was actually rather well done. Had a good amount of social commentary, but also had a darn good amount of, how do I put this? They had a darn good amount of social commentary in there as well. And they were working on a slightly lower budget. So I really appreciated the fact that they had fun with it, but also did have a interesting plot point that progressed, and they included Native American First Nations people in the storyline on a couple of different occasions, and I think they actually did them some really damn good justice. Much better representation than a lot of places that I've seen, so I appreciated that. And I don't know why Murphy was kind of hot. Absolute piece of trash. Absolute piece of trash. But Murphy was kind of hot. He was kind of hot. And you could tell that he was a deeply flawed person. So yeah. Let's see. So let's see, I think tomorrow's Tuesday. Hopefully I'll have a bit more information as to some things that are going on and whatnot. I will definitely update y'all on that. I will have my tarot cards on me tomorrow as well. Trying to think. Just all the things that I'm putting together in my head right now, because I gotta remember to do the things. If you're looking for commissions, or especially art commissions right now, if you're looking for commissions or you're looking for art and other fun things to buy for your holiday gifts, feel free to go over to my Ko-fi. I've got a lot of stuff listed there, and I will be putting more stuff on in the hopefully very soon future. So yeah. Favorite show ever? Iron Chef. The old school Iron Chef. Well, I guess if we're talking more reality show, old school Iron Chef is probably one of my absolute favorite shows of all times. It shows that you can take simple everyday ingredients, make it a theme, create a lot of really good looking and good tasting food, and it also helps give me some of that flair for how I describe things. If we're talking about like comfort show that I could watch again and again and again and again, oof. I mean, there's some, like, if it comes to anime, it would be Samurai Champloo. I could rewatch that quite a bit and be very, very happy with it. TV show wise, that all kind of depends, because I've seen some really, really good TV shows like Lovecraft Country. I absolutely adored it. Only went for one season. Ooh, Office or Modern Family. Both of those are fun. Those are super both fantastic. Nice, nice. Buffy the Vampire Slayer used to be my comfort show for a long time. The Walking Dead, like the first 5-ish seasons. Another really great show that I like to watch sometimes on repeat. Yeah, Samurai Champloo, Cowboy Bebop. I know that there's something, like somebody will bring it up and I will be like, oh yeah, that's another good one. Like there's a couple of shows that I have like on repeat. Charmed was another good show, but when they brought in Leo, the guardian angel, and Balthazar, really felt like it jumped the shark. Now, part of me also wishes that I could have gotten into Supernatural, but there was just like an unnecessarily amount of trauma, especially aimed at unaliving women. And it didn't sit well with me. And every time there would be like some big emotions, especially over, you know, starting to feel a connection to a female character, something really bad would happen. And I'm like, do you need to do that? Do you actually need to do that? Especially do you need to do that to make your character, your protagonist, lead characters work? Because if you got to do that to make your lead characters work, you got some lazy writers. You just do. Right? Like, the actor was good. Overall, for Balthazar, the actor was good. But he was not given a lot of good dialogue to work with. And he definitely... Oh, thank you very much. He wasn't given a lot of good screen time. And it just didn't quite work out. Are we talking Ghost Adventures with Zach Baggins? Or as I called him, Zach Douche Baggins? Big, dumb meathead. Absolute meathead. And he would always go in and antagonize Ghost. Like, his co-hosts had at least enough sense to, like, not try, for the most part, to piss off Ghost. He, on the other hand, oh, man. I'm like, I'm amazed more stuff didn't just get winged at his head. Honestly. Full House, Pretty Little Liars, and Vampire Diaries. I remember the original Full House. That was so lovely back in the day. Although I did not like Kimmy Gibbler. She was very uncomfortable to me. Very uncomfortable. Ghost Hunters was better and seemed more real. Yeah, fair enough. Right. I did love Aaron. Because Aaron seemed to be the only one with actual common sense, and I can't remember the third guy's name. I cannot remember. He had that like little kind of like patch going on, that little douchey Dick Van Dyke thing. Billy, thank you. But Aaron was real, because he's like, dude, no, like I don't want to go there alone. I especially don't want to taunt the ghosts. Like, no. He was a real one for that, because I'm like, I'm with Aaron. Stop taunting the ghost. Stop taunting the ghost. That's not... Don't do that. Right? Aaron honestly made the damn show. And you could tell that there were some days he's like, if I didn't have to pay my goddamn rent next week, I would quit this fucking show. Like... The poor guy. But no, I'm like, I was so surprised that even if it was staged, I'm amazed more shit did not get thrown at his head. Because of the way he would taunt ghosts, spirits, entities, whatever you want to call it. They did catch shit moving. Sometimes they dispelled it, sometimes they were, they gave you some decent evidence. But some of the shit that he pulled, like on Poveglia, which is back in the, 1400s, the Black Death of Europe. In Italy, they started relegating those who were possibly ill and those who were definitely ill. They relegated them to an island to try and slow down the spread of the illness. And that island was absolutely horrific. Absolutely horrific. And he goes over there, and there are moments he starts mouthing off, and the entities in that space show him so quick, with the absolute quickness that he needs to keep his mouth shut. And I loved that, but it was also really fucking unnerving. Right? He taunted incubi and succubi. I'm like, you don't want to do that, my dude. Like, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? He went to, oh God, what is that super duper haunted, club? Why do I want to say it's Dave something. Shit, that one was wild. Right. Walk me through your thought process. Bob Mackey's. Thank you. Dave, I don't know why I came up with it. Bob Mackey's. The fact that they went to Bob Mackey's and he opened his mouth at all. Dude. Poveglia is a bunch of pissed off plague patients. Bob Mackey is the hellmouth. Okay? Like, don't. Just don't. Just don't. Just don't. Like, walking in there, you are gonna stir shit up. But the way he would stir shit up. Didn't he, like, throw some stuff down the well? Because I know at some point he, like, picked up some stuff and, like, threw. I'm like, what are you doing? No, put it down. Walk away. Put it down and walk away. Because, my dude, you are going to get yourself unalived and you're going to get your compatriots unalived. Like, stop touching things. Stop touching things. Don't. Just don't. Just don't. I swear to God. And like, the funny thing is, the thing that scared him the most during all of those episodes was a clown hotel. Because he doesn't like clowns. I'm like, you're scared of a clown hotel, and yet you're mouthing off at ghosts who can pick shit up and hurl it. Like, you're going to insane asylums and brothels and, other places where major bad things happen, and going, hey, come on, why don't you come over and touch me? I'm like, oh, good God, what is wrong with you? Right? He was really asking to get harmed. And that's my whole thing. It's like, you're not just asking for confirmation. You can ask for confirmation in different, many different ways. You're not just asking for confirmation. You are asking to be harmed. And I'm like, and there's like history behind what some of these spots did. And I'm like, my dude. Right? No. The history of the places was fascinating. The history of these places was absolute bonkers, like in depth, they talked to historians, they talked to locals. Like, I absolutely adore the fact that they did a shit ton of research. I thought it was fantastic. At the same point in time, even after doing all of that research, he would still go in and mouth off. I'm like, no, you just told us that, a violent and angry brothel owner who unalived several of his workers, still haunted these structures, and that the guy was known to, like, take a lash to his workers or throw things at them. And he's going, hey, can anybody pick anything up? You want to throw it at me? You want to throw it at me? And then you'd see, like, bricks and boards and shit levitating and, like, spinning around. Like, they caught that on film. And I'm like, my dude, just because it doesn't hit you in the head doesn't mean that they won't try and aim as you are walking out the door. Like, hey, how you doing? Yeah, no, there was some places that I'm just like, between Bob Mackey's and Pavaglia and so many other places, like Leavenworth. They went to fucking Leavenworth. And if you don't know about Leavenworth, which I don't expect everybody to, Leavenworth isn't just a prison. Leavenworth was an asylum. And it was one of the worst run asylums in the history of ever. The amount of messed up energy left behind at Leavenworth, I would never willingly or knowingly step foot within a mile of that place. Like, I am not a huge fan of abandoned hospitals, to say the least. I am not a fan of abandoned hospitals. Places where people have very strong emotions tend to build up a lot of activity. Not all of that activity is mortal. Not all of that activity is just ghosts. Sometimes it is just very angry, residual energy from the shit that went on there. Leavenworth is one of the most horrific case studies on what happens to so many disabled people, and the absolute atrocities of them not being funded properly, them not being cared for properly. Ugh. Leavenworth is honestly one of the darkest stains on all of American history, hospital and otherwise. It just is. But yeah, it's like, that was wild. And what did they do? They went in there and they taunted some of the more aggressive residents. Like, why can't you ever just go in and play with the kids? Go in and make their existence a little bit nicer, a little bit easier. Like, go in, help, bring somebody who can help you cleanse the land, or give credence to the spirits that are there, so maybe they will pass on. Do something altruistic. Nope. Nope. Instead, hey, let's taunt some ghosts. No. 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 But you know, the shit you go through. How is everybody? Okay. Sorry, I'm starting to get some DMs, a little bit of traction, I'm hoping. So yeah. No. For the most part, I just use whole milk. Although I've got right now I've got eggnog and I've got coquito. Honestly, actually a little coquito sounds good. Overall, it's not too difficult to make your own coffee creamers. Usually, if you use a little bit of, whole milk or, milk of your preference, and then simmer in the add-ons that you wish. So, caramel, hazelnut, chocolate, spices tend to be the most frequently used. And if you're worried about scorching your milk, use a double boiler, which is basically like a pot of water, very, very low setting of fire underneath, and then a heat-proof bowl on top of that, so that basically it slowly raises the temperature to a very particular area but doesn't go above it. No, I didn't. Ooh, wait, do I have... Let me write that down. That way I'm not forgetting it. Give me a second. We're gonna go on a little... We're going on a trip in a little rocket ship. There we go. Sidriel. I swear I have pens and pencils around here. I moved them. Sidriel child. I have to take a quick bio break. Did you have like a good recommendation for a website for that by chance? I gotta figure out meals for the next couple days. Awesome. AstroSeek. Okay, let me write that down. AstroSeek. Thank you. I will try and get that looked up, hopefully tonight. Been looking for a few things to do. I don't know. Because I can't put in my dentures, I need to find just like super soft. Peanut butter Oreo cakesters. Damn, they're good. I need to figure out how to make soft cookies like this, because I do like them. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yes, if anybody wants tarot card readings, by all means. It's $5 per card, Blinks and Lio. And I've got my steampunk cards on me. Cake mix! How did I completely forget that you could use cake mix? Oh my god, I'm so silly. I'm just like, damn, those are good. And it's even in the name, Cakester. That is a cake mix cookie if ever I saw it. Damn, I am slow sometimes. Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing? Let me take that out. I did have a little bit of macaroni and cheese, so don't worry. It's not like I haven't eaten anything all day. I've had to eat very soft foods because, yeah, I dinged up my gum line something fierce. Hello, hello. Oh, thank you so much. 5 card, yeah? Okay, we'll do a 5 card spread for you. Right, yeah, no, I fell asleep and I must have been grinding my teeth like I used to do sometimes, so ended up giving myself a little bit of a sore spot, but it's not bad. Ooh, we stand a little bit of Marichan. We definitely stand a bit of Marichan. You know, I almost feel like I don't have any rice made, but I could do a nice rice, and then I could just I just want to add veg, maybe some eggs, some cheese. I know, I should be getting in more animal protein into my diet, but I have not been super hungry per se. Oh, yeah, no, just, if you don't like to see medical things. See how it's just it's a little puffy. And it's just the denture, the backside of the plate kind of, worried that spot just a touch. So I'm giving myself at least a couple of days to make sure that I didn't do actual damage. But I'm still eating. Still finding ways. The Fool. 9 of Wands. Ooh, 9 of Cups. And the Empress. King of Swords. So the Fool. Overall, my day's been, pretty good. Pretty good. Keeping it interesting as usual. The Fool. 9 of Wands reversed. Ten of Cups, which is practically a wish card, especially when paired with the Empress. These feel like it's talking about 2 different situations. And then the King of Swords reversed. Where did... Here we are. Let's knock over everything. There we go. Hello, hello, hello. 9 of Wands. I don't pull that one very often. Fair enough. The Fool is usually the start of a journey, the beginning of something new. Feels like you just got off of one grand adventure and you're like jumping onto the next one. But in this particular instance, it feels ill-prepared for. The 9 of Wands is usually a preparation for all the different possible things that could come along. It's the, making sure you're ready, making sure you're prepared. There is a lack of preparedness. Which, I mean, you're dealing with the Fool, and the Fool is going to be a bit of an impetuous card. Unfortunately, when you go into something unprepared or underprepared, that tends to haunt your footsteps for a bit. So, think very carefully on the next steps. If not that lack of preparation, that lack of foresight, could end up tripping you up a bit, to say the least. But here you have the Empress and the 10 of Cups, which Empress brings things into fruition. She makes things happen. She can pull something out of nothing. She commands the scenery around her. And the 10 of Cups is the culmination, the masterpiece of all things. It's you got everything you wanted, you had all your adventures, you did all your projects, everything is absolutely ducky, and you actually get to see all of that. So, these two cards have been working hard behind the scenes to get you where you want to be, to get you what you need, to help put you in the right rooms at the right times, at the right place, and kind of help you manifest those things. I have a feeling that this is why this then shows up. Without the preparation, without making sure that you've got things well balanced and well thought out, the King of Swords shows up. King of Swords is a master communicator, somebody who gets the point across, sometimes a bit more sharply, no pun intended. Well, okay, some pun intended. Sometimes they get their point across a bit more sharply, sometimes it's a bit more blunt. But they often sign off on a lot of things that are supposed to help drive your life forward. If you're unprepared for what needs to be done, especially to keep your vision of what you want to happen on track, it's going to end up with a lot of small miscommunications, little things that are off. I don't think it'll stop you from getting what you want, but I do think it will heavily, it'll heavily slow your progress down. To say the least, it'll heavily slow your progress down. And, yeah, you will waste a significant amount of time trying to get where you want to go if you are not if you don't know your shit. Because he's going to ask questions. He's going to ask, you know, is this prepped? Do we have these? Do we have somebody, you know, lined up for this, that, and the third? And if any of your questions, or if any of your answers are, oh, I don't know, oh, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know, that takes away faith, and it also creates more paperwork in order to get shit done. So take your time, especially on a new journey. Take your time. Ask all the questions. Get all the P's, the Q's, the I's, the T's. Make sure everything is where it is supposed to be before you even get there, so that you actually have forward progression. If not, be very prepared to have to go back and correct all of that. All of that. Which could be a real pain in the ass. I hope that makes sense to you. Okay. Like, the King of Swords just feels super, kind of grumpy. But then again, the King of Swords is very straightforward, so... yeah, mildly grumpy individual. Thank you, thank you. Remix the cards, that way I don't have any odd pulls. Hello, hello, how's everybody doing? Come on in, welcome in, welcome the bienvenue. Is there anybody else who needs their cards read? Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, my darling. So we're exploring and comparing. Ah. I can arrange for one-on-one sessions. Absolutely, I can arrange for one-on-one sessions. I usually only ever offer to read live, just to make sure that people are getting what they are, you know, paying for. Most definitely. But I can arrange one-on-one card sessions. Absolutely. If you contact me via DM, we can figure out what's the best platform to go through on. You are going to be paying slightly more for the privacy, but overall it can be set up, and I have decently flexible hours right now. Hello, hello. Ooh, has anybody else heard about the Neptune app? There's been something circulating recently that it's an American-based little company. You're so welcome, my dear. It's an American-based like startup company, and it looks like they are working on making something that is going to be similar to TikTok, but a bit better balanced and American owned. So our government will have much less of a bite into them kind of thing. They look pretty good so far. It looks like they're designing for iOS first because that's what their designers are. They were able to find iOS designers first, but they're also working on getting Android programmers in there as well. So hopefully they'll hurry up with that. Honestly, I would think that you would always want to cater towards Android users first, only because iOS has such a bad rep of overloading a system and crashing on the first like couple of go-arounds, having a lot of issues getting uploaded, and then also having cross-platform issues because they don't want to work with other people. Neptune, as in Neptune, god of the sea, aka Poseidon. I don't know, Triton's older brother or some shit. It's got like a blue octopus, I think is the emblem. I'm hoping that they will be open and receptive to making it an app that is for adults and not necessarily Disneyfied for children. I just want I swear it feels like I'm asking for so much at once. I just want apps where I am not forced to change my interactions because somebody else might not put effort into parenting. It's not my job to be a parent or modify how I conduct myself just because you don't teach little Johnny, little Susie to not be in those spaces, and especially not to be in those spaces where there are adults who are, what's the word I'm looking for? Doing adult things. 100%. Absolutely. Like, I've learned so much on TikTok, and I am damn decently well educated. Yes, I went to public school, but like I was pretty much top of my classes on a lot of things, and like I have 2 college degrees, and I learned a lot of information. I tell you right now, the last 5 years on this app has taught me way more and has forced me to really refine a lot of my discernment, my knowledge base, my skills, my critical thinking even. And I'm one of those people, there are times that, yeah, I want to set my feet in and be stubborn, but like, there are some people who really know how to put down a good challenge when it comes to critical thinking, and you're like, no, you're right, that one stung, because I've been doing a thing, and didn't realize that thing was not my best moment, to say the least, but okay. Like, there's so much that has been learned on this app, and that's what we need on a new app that is American-based. And I'm like, I just want to be able to do that. Like, I'm not saying it has to be like the level of a paid spicy site, but like, give me some freedom to actually be an adult and far less filtered, because nothing is worse than constantly having to code and censor how you want to put a point across because of a particular word might get you flagged, or a particular word is it's a no, like the word DEAD. That should not be the kind of word that gets you flagged or censored or whatever. It's just like, it is just a word. And like, motherfucker. Very much so. Very much so. Just need a little razzle dazzle. Because here's the thing. If we bring everything down to the lowest common denominator, and that lowest common denominator is a highly sheltered, easily offended religious child, then nobody learns anything, because instead of a parent learning to parent, learning to educate, learning to tell their kids about the real world and actually give them the tools to navigate said world a little bit easier and a little bit more carefully, they're like, oh no, you can't say that thing. Oh, my child might hear. Maybe your child does need to hear that their mother was a dumbass, or that their parent is abusive, and that is not something that they need to stand for. Like, some of these things your child needs to hear, and some of these things you should have already told your child, but you chose not to, and then made your child our problem. So, right, that part, 1000% that part. I got better things to do, rather than sound like a GD radio edit every time I talk. Because I'm like, oh, gotta take out some bad words here and there. Oh, gotta censor over this word, because that word does not fly well. Like, like, I can't say, I have to say palm colored, no flower ranger, cornstarch crusader. Like, I gotta pick a bunch of different other words, rather than just being able to say the word, because in the context of people, it's going to hammer you immediately. But honestly, if you just say the color enough, when you could be talking about paint, you're still going to get hit, because the AI is not that smart, to say the least. AI is not that smart. But yeah, anybody else need? Are there any other talking points you'd like to hit on? We can wander around it and whatnot. Ooh, that went pretty nicely. Alright, trying to loosen up my cards a bit. Hello. How you doing, my dear? So, oh, where did I put it? There we are. So. This is an old corset that I was able to make a quick modification on, so now it is actually far more secure, and I actually like the overall look a lot better. I've just got to get it its own laces. Oh no, wait, these are its own laces. Yay! I was like, oh god, I thought I ripped off my laces from my red one. So, well, this is now Swiss Miss. I've got, there's my red one over there. I've got her still. As I find stable housing and get a new grommet press, I will be introducing a few more corsets after that, and I will have at least 1 or 2 corsets for sale, hopefully by January. Those will probably run $400 to $500. I will have measurements for all of them, of course. And they will fit a lot like her does. So it's going to have that more hourglass shaping to it. Very Victorian-esque corset. But yeah, this one held really nice. It has a bit of a sweetheart neckline. Good amount of cleavage going on. The other ones that I currently have the shells put together for are ox blood. I need to make repairs on my vampire red, and then I've also got, I want to say that I have the I think I have the shell for the deep royal blue black also put together. Plus I already have the purple flower waist cinch one. That one is too small for me. Technically, it was meant to be a sellable anyway, so yes. Well, it's not even about snatched. I'm just hoping to give everybody some good back support, because that is one of the big things about my particular corsets, is they are steel boned, they are triple layer, they're quilted, they are meant to be very strong, to say the least. They are meant to be very strong, and yes, shape your body, but also very much give you a lot of support, especially for your back. Yes, I've got this one. I have that one between my shoulders. Once I get stable income, I definitely want to get more tat work. I don't know if I'll do like a fine pierce work, because apparently line work can go fuzzy really, really quick. But I definitely want something. Like, I really want a good piece. I don't know if I want something that flows around the body, or possibly just, sits in particular places and whatnot. But I want there to be like a certain amount of refined elegance to them. They don't have to be high floating per se, but I want there to be a refined elegance that like adds to the aesthetic. So I think I have a really nice aesthetic as it is. Really nice, those flat, bold shoulders, that little bit of a dip here. So honestly, having some sort of, scroll work right around here, give something that has a very queenly, goddess-like, or possibly even not tribal, not ever tribal, but like something that would just add a bit more queenliness, a little bit more royalty, a little bit more nobility by, incorporating almost like jewelry onto my skin. Ooh. Ah, thank you. You want your daughter's name on the chest? Either chest, back, or leg. Why not all three? Honestly, there's nothing wrong with, like, I would say right here, unless you want to be able to like actually see it. If you want to see it, I would say put it on your leg, because that's going to be the easiest way for you to like look at the artwork on a regular basis. If you want something that you can see in the mirror and like admire on a daily basis that way, like when you're getting ready before you cover over it, then I would say, put it on that chest, clavicle area. And if it's simply something that is just always going to be a part of your soul, but you don't always need to see it, then put it on your back with some other artwork to tie it into a larger canvas. There's a whole psychology behind tattoos and tattoo placements and body modifications of most any variety. And a lot of it does ask a lot of questions about like what the art is, what is the meaning, what is the significance, you know, how important it is to a person. All of those things will change where a person wants that placed and how they let others view it. Aww. Some people like to do symbolism, other people like to do names, but yeah, like I would definitely say get the work done. It helps make the thing both more solid and more final a lot of the times, because once you have the reminder there, it lessens the stress of you forgetting. And when you're worried about forgetting, you tend to concentrate more on the more painful moments. Once you have it resolved better in your mind that you are never going to forget because it's a permanent marking now, your brain relaxes a little bit, and you're more likely to think about the good or the warm feels, the nostalgia, the good times that you had, rather than the negative emotions you may have experienced. You're still going to have those negative experiences because you lost someone, but you'll remember the kindness, the gentleness, the good moments together more often than not, and that can honestly aid in healing. Oh, that's, yes. Oh, I love that idea, Maka. Yeah, no, definitely. Well, and I would say study different tattoo styles. Not even just, like, oh, do you do X, Y, Z. Look at a style that you like and then find an artist that does a style very similar to them. Sometimes you can even find the artist directly. And if you're using social media, you can also often find the artist near you, as well as get an overview of the work that they do. So it becomes a lot easier to get what you want done, and also be able to look at the work beforehand. That way, you're not just, oh yeah, this is my portfolio. It's all on paper, and you're hoping. When a person puts themselves out on social media, of course they're going to get reviewed and seen a lot more. So you have a little bit better idea of the level of artistry and the temperament of the artist. The temperament of an artist can definitely change whether or not you want to work with them. I adore body modifications. Hey, boo! Body mod is like one of my absolute favorite things ever. And I thought about every last body modification that I've ever gotten for at least a year. Many of them I have thought about for several years. So, like, I have a bunch of piercings in my ears that I want to get reopened and everything. There was at least like a year in between those piercings. 7 on this side, 3 on this. I waited a full 2 years before getting my tongue pierced. I waited another, I think, 5 years to get the girls. And the very next day, after getting the girls done, I went back and I got my tat done. And then this was a couple years after that. And it's been a while since I've had ink or piercings done, and I am itching for it. Oh, she was the first grandbaby. Oh, hey. I've just been on for a couple hours. It's been a slow day. It's been a Monday. It has been the most Monday of Mondays that we have had in a good long while, too. Woo. Aim away, aim, if you can. Get him to aim away from the side of the neck. The crease right here, that area, there is so much that goes on in this area. Plus, that's like where some major sweat glands are, that he might end up with a tattoo that fuzzes or fades a little bit quicker than intended, but yeah. Do it. Do it. Get him done. Honestly, get him done. Also recognize that you're going to need some sort of a sports bra or a cover top for a little bit. Even if you are male, I would highly suggest a sports bra or a cover top, just something to protect this area. Because every time the weather changes, every time a gentle breeze rolls through, if the temperature in the room changes 1/10 of a degree, they will try and pull tight. And you're like, ha ha ha. A bra top. A bra top will help reduce those changes significantly. Yeah, no, it's been a Monday. It's been a Monday. It's been the most Monday of all Mondays. Just Monday. Oh yeah. I wish I had been told that first. Well, the one thing they did tell me is, so the first one's gonna hurt. The second one's gonna hurt worse. I'm like, how, what? Why? And it's like, well, because now it's prepared and it knows it's coming. Well, fuck. Ooh, did you have a problem with stainless steel? Or gold, titanium? Do you know which metal was maybe setting it off? Or is it just your body's natural reaction is, no? Also, hot saline, and when I say hot, I don't mean like scalding hot. Very, very hot saline rinses a couple times a day, gentle blotting, it's a whole thing. And you got to make sure that they get air. Oh yeah. You get caught up on stuff, you get wrapped up on stuff that you never thought about. There's a reason I do rings, is because a ring has no catch point. I have seen too many barbells of multiple varieties because they stick out that little bit, and there's nothing to keep. There's nothing to help slide off. No, thank you. No. We're gonna do a perfect circle. There's gonna be nothing for a washcloth or a loofah, or nothing to grab on. Nothing. I'm like, oh my god. When I first got those done, yeah, super sensitive. Different metal every time, got infected each and every time. Good God. Oh my goodness. Got my foot done at 16. Oh, and your dad took you for your birthday. Nice. Hey, how you doing? Hello, Seth. Come on in. I think I'm gonna do another vitamin C tea. Thank you, darling. Oh, there we are. Where did... Oh. Okay. Don't know what the song is, just have it in my head. Yo! Hello, darlings. How are we today? Doing a little bit of vitamin C tea. Trying to remember where I put everything else. Oh! A little bit of smoked salad. How's everybody doing? Hopefully well. Hopefully I've made the Monday a little less Monday. Things might be a little bit bonkers in the next couple of weeks, but I will definitely try and still make regular appearances on here, reading tarot cards and the like. So. Hello, hello. Got so many messages, goodness. Woo. Okay. Hello, hello. Waiting for the water to get very nice and hot. Now, okay, so let's talk about the TikTok ban that's coming down the pipeline, as it were. The ban is actually for ByteDance, and what it's gonna do is it's gonna keep this platform from being able to be updated easily, and it's gonna be taking it out of the store, as it were. TikTok is not going to go away right away, but it's going to be real rough navigating it after a very short while. So I am going to be headed towards Twitch, YouTube, and Blue Sky, as well as the Neptune app when it comes out, which looks to be about spring for Android. I'm not super invested in Twitter because of how it conducts itself, and both Twitter and Instagram / Meta expect us to just come running to them because we suddenly don't have TikTok, and honestly I don't want to give them any business because they are the reason we're going through this absolute hellscape on a lot of levels. Right? No, I totally understand enjoying the layout of Twitch, or I'm sorry, of TikTok. That's what I'm hoping Neptune is going to turn into. They're going to have a lot of the similar features as this clock app. They just happen to be American-based, and they're looking to simplify certain things, but also program a very even field from what they are saying, and I'm hoping that they keep to that. They're taking it away because we're learning. They're taking it away because they've worked 50 years to dumb down the American public so that we could not function without them. And so now that we have reached a level of self-awareness and have nearly achieved a level of class consciousness as a whole, and because we are learning without having to pay exorbitant sums of money, and our education, our knowledge is no longer locked behind a paywall, and we are actually questioning our government much more efficiently with the right words, they are terrified. Because now we can see them for the bullshit that they are putting out. And organizing and, getting good information, not after they've doctored it for 2 weeks, but on the spot, on the minute. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll try and still give people as many options as possible as to where I'll be and what I'll be doing, and I've still got to find my balance amongst that. But yeah, just there are certain things that there's too much like scraping of art and content over on Zuckerberg's stuff. They take it, they recreate it, they put it through AI generators, they sell it off to information brokers constantly, and these information brokers are often from China, and more importantly from Russia. They got caught selling our info to Russia I think between 2014 to 2016. That was Cambridge Analytica. Hence the reason we might have had the outcome that we did was because of major misinformation campaigns from foreign countries. Same thing with the blue and white. Right now, the blue and white is really upset that this platform exists because their lies get questioned and debunked almost as fast as they tell them. So, yeah, the TikTok ban in a lot of ways was heavily sponsored by the blue and white. Yet another thing that we can very much not like them for. Yup. That part. Very much that part. They do not like the fact that we can fact check them correctly in real time. And that many of us have learned how to actually critically think, especially about what is being said, how it is being said, how it is being applied. They don't love that. They really don't love that. And again, this is not even a left versus right versus independent, but this is not even a party issue. This is a freedom to exist issue. This is a class issue across the board. This is a class issue. Think of it this way. Think of some of the major man-made disasters that have happened in the last couple years. How quickly did we know about the Willow Project? And organized and turned in petitions in numbers. How fast did we know about the Line 3 spills? Again, oil. Because of, like people like Show Me Your Mask. We knew about that almost the day that it happened. And we're very quickly like, hey, no, Standing Rock. How quickly did we know about a lot of the shit that was going on in Standing Rock? The Chinese student revolt back in 2019, 2020, where they were actually coordinating resistance and information, and they taught us how to fend for ourselves a lot better. A lot better. I wish some of us had taken better fucking notes. But like, we've known about things faster and faster with better and better information, and they weren't able to hide nearly as much. Because you could not only get something that was being filmed by a journalist, but also just being put forward by regular citizens who have no guile and couldn't lie to save their lives anyway. So like, it was like, oh shit, this is happening, and you could see it from this angle, and another corroborating angle here, and another corroborating angle here, and another corroborating angle here. Like, we had the news in minutes, which hurt regular news sources, because them taking 2 weeks to get around to a story when we've already known for several weeks. We're just like, dude, you're moving too slow. You're moving too slow, and we got shit to do over here, and we've already got the story, and we're organizing, and we're getting mutual aid in there, and we're asking for lawyers so that these people can defend themselves, and we coordinated shit so fast they didn't know what to do with it. So of course what they do, oh, it must be the Chinese speeding the information. Like, nah, dude, we just watched the East Palestine train derailment like in live real time. Like, this wasn't China. This was us just literally watching the world happen. How are you going to try and spin that? Like, seriously, what the fuck? Mm-hmm. Oh, definitely. Yeah, they are always covering over and whatnot. Yeah, and here's the thing, is like, at least with TikTok you can corroborate a lot of what's going on real quick, not only on the platform, but there are so many like good keywords that you can then go and on the web and find that information from other more skilled sources as well. Like, TikTok is a lot like Wikipedia. TikTok gives you the info and a good jumping off point so that you can go and like critically look at something, mull it over, get a few more sources, and then go, oh yeah, I guess they were telling a whole lot of the truth, or oh, some things seem a little off here, and there's far more people that are willing to help you investigate and think deeper and give you the information so you actually understand what you're looking at. Because honestly, there's stuff about the law that I didn't particularly understand, but somebody on here who's far more politically minded will go, oh yeah, no, that this means this means this is just jargon, so this is what these jargon words mean, and when you put it together, this is how they tend to play out, blah blah blah. I'm like, oh, okay. Or bringing to light that the British Museum houses millions of items, most of them stolen or of very suspect provenance, and that they display maybe 5% of their entire collection, but refuse to give anything back to the countries that they stole them from. That has started to get serious pressure put on the British Museum to then return said items, and their cries of, oh, but if we give it back to them, they're not going to know how to take care of it properly. Bitch, you letting it dry rot in storage right now. You ain't taking care of it properly. Give them back their shit. Like, we are becoming so much more aware of egregious, often colonial bullshittery. And that's fucking with their power right there. That is fucking with their power. They don't like that. Right? And that's the part actually that worries me the most, is the number of small businesses on here. Do you know what happens when $16 billion a year suddenly gets sucked out of the economy, and it mostly comes from small businesses? Suddenly people who can't keep themselves afloat, suddenly people who can't make rent, who are going to get evicted, who can't pay bills, who won't be able to feed themselves or their family. We had one healthcare CEO who was allegedly, possibly, murked because a rich, good-looking, palm-colored male could not receive good health care, even with good insurance, and was in so much pain that he went and eliminated a person who was causing pain and suffering to thousands, if not millions. What do you think happens when small businesses that were doing ever so well and actually starting to build a foothold, some clout, like actually putting product out there. What happens when a bunch of people lose their dreams, their ability to house themselves, and their ability to feed themselves, while we are having some of the largest layoffs in all of history, when we are having automation taking over jobs constantly, when CEOs fire 20 to 90% of their working staff on any given weekend? Pulling this shit could be exceptionally detrimental to the 1%. Exceptionally. Because people are honestly at their fucking breaking point. And taking away the bread and circuses, let alone the way we make money to keep ourselves housed and fed and our families safe. You are poking the lion at that point. You really are. Right? How much money do they take in taxes, and yet they're going to shut down Social Security? They're going to strip out a lot of the protections that people with disabilities have. They are going to impose tariffs just so that they can be bullies, which is, the ramifications are so far reaching that will hyperinflate our market so quickly. Nobody's going to be able to afford jack shit anything. What do they think is going to happen then? Like, I didn't even get to see most of the healthcare protests that are going on currently. I didn't even get to see most of that, even on this platform. What do they think is going to happen when there's nothing to distract us, there's nothing good to actually doom scroll through, when we aren't getting information but we are starving and getting evicted and being roughed up by police and thrown in overcrowded prisons to work for slave labor so that they can put 2 cents an hour on our comms, on our commissary books, while we are getting abused by correctional officers, and illness is running rampant not only through prison populations but civilian populations. Do you hear the That's honestly how you get that shit to happen. Like, you want Les Mis, you're gonna get Les Mis. And it's not gonna be an easy go of it on any direction, but they keep thinking that they are the rich people in the purge that will be able to do whatever they want. I will tell you right now, landscaping, sanitation, maid service, and cooks, you got between 5 and 20 people who work for you, all who hate you, and you're harming their family. Do you know how many ways there are to unalive a person if you are a landscaper? And I'm not even talking about wood chipper or any large machine. Just pesticides alone. Like, they are setting themselves up for the most horrific types of failure. Oh yeah, no, I'm in my mid-40s. I have every inkling that Social Security is, even though I paid into it, is not going to be there when I get there. Like, they're just hoping that they can keep doing this and that we don't literally rise up and take our money back out pound for pound. Right? What are they going to do when they're not getting reposts? What are they going to do when they're not seeing trends? What are they going to do when so many creators aren't putting forward content anymore? And do they think that AI is truly going to sustain the art and innovation sectors? What are we going to care about AI art when we can't feed our families, when we can't retain shelter, when our banks are uninsured and decide that they can lose our money however they see fit? Yeah. And I don't think that I don't think they understand the level of FOFO. They really don't understand the level of FOFO. Don't worry, you're fine. Like, honestly, it's one of those, if you didn't laugh, you'd cry. It's gallows humor, but it's well met gallows humor, because we're all standing on those floorboards. But yeah, just saying. Just saying. And here's the thing. Here's the scary thing. Psych degree. Educational psych degree. The scary thing is it just takes the right domino. Just takes the right tipping point. And when one does it, or a group does it, it tends to inspire others. Because whether they are made past tense or not, it shows that you can get a thing done and that you have power against your bully. So all it takes is one, just the right tipping point. And next thing you know, all their bodyguards, if we got to go through an extra layer, we go through an extra layer. You know what I mean? You know, all those bodyguards not going to do much good. You know, coming in with your armored vehicles can be tipped over and a jackhammer can get those windows open. Like, all those safety measures that they might try will not save them from being savaged in the middle of the street and strung up like Mussolini. And, like, I don't want to see that, because that comes with such high civilian casualties and calamity. At the same point in time, that is what they are pushing us towards, which is a terrifying thought. Right? I mean, yeah. Creators lose out. People who just want to sit and watch and decompress, who just are looking for information, for, you know, entertainment, all those different things, they lose out. Like, yeah, it's the whole thing is just, I mean, shit, I was one of them. Not that they're letting me be as glorious as I know I could be. But I mean, I went from 100 followers, and I honestly, I didn't think I was ever going to get up much past 100, let alone 1,000. Let alone 2,000, and then suddenly 20,000, and I'm like, oh holy shit, even I have found a voice on here, even I have found, you know, a community, and have built quite a bit. And yes, I know I'm as slow as a turtle to get in on trends, and I'm kicking and screaming about modifying myself to sound more like what the algorithm would promote forward, because I would much rather be myself. But yeah, like, there are a lot of people on here who worked really hard. A lot of small businesses that started on here found their niche and exploded. and now they are facing ruin. Hell, one of my favorite accounts was a place that made dog collars for like Staffordshires, and just, they were really, really pretty collars. They were using like vegan leathers, you know, no animal product, really cool bucklings and harnesses and whatnot. Absolutely gorgeous work for dogs. They somehow accidentally made it over to Kink Talk, and Kink Talk thought that they were collars for people, and they're like, oh my god, your collars are so cute. Oh my god, I love those. Oh, I want to get one of those for da 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 da. And they're like, these are for dogs. These collars are for dogs. They're like, oh, can you make them for people? I'm like, oh, give me a minute. And like, they actually sat there and redesigned the collars just a little bit, because on humans there was a particular pinch point that dogs don't have to worry about nearly so much. And so they redesigned some of the collars to actually fit people, and also to be a little bit more thick, a little bit more padded, to make sure that the neck was protected, because a dog's neck is very thick, it's very muscular, you don't have to worry too much about it. A human neck is a little bit more delicate, a little bit more tender, so you have to make sure that you're protecting it more. And they sat there and they're like, we have human ones now too, and so you could order for humans and for pets. And people were like, not only were they getting like matching sets for themselves and their partner, they would also get like a matching collar or some fun thing for their pet as well. So this person went from having, you know, some pretty decent sales, and, you know, just powering through, and we're gonna make this work, to the, holy fuck, we are scared. Give us a minute to readjust. We didn't think. We did this with that. We had no idea. But y'all are really chill about this. You're actually really insightful. And wow, we didn't know that we could make this a whole thing, and yet here we are. And they took off, and it looked absolutely wonderful. Same thing with like Mr. Pierre. Mr. Pierre had a pretty good business making clothing for corn stars and quinky people, just on the regular. Here on TikTok, really gained traction amongst the community, and was then able to end up employing even more small artists like Jelly Bean, who makes the switchy necklaces, and I think it's Wolfram Leather, which makes the spicy friendship bracelets for daytime or playtime. Jam, oh my god, ever so loving Jam, they're amazing. Jam, who is their sewer / designer, like, so many more people. Hey, doing pretty good so far. So many more people were able to become even more gainfully employed because of this platform. And, you know, like, oh, you know, just one small business, oh, hey, let's bring in more. So, like, it's a whole thing. Even I found extra ways to make a bit of coin, whether that is through, you know, doing banter, a little bit of battles here and there, doing tarot card readings, you know, all that kind of stuff. And, like, it sucks that I felt like I was starting to get traction on this platform in at least a few ways, and now it's like, well, fuck. Well, fuck. So, yeah. Thank you. But yeah, like, to have that all go away, like, it's predicted in the first month alone, the U.S. economy will lose, like, a bare minimum of something like $100 million. Bare minimum. Bare minimum. And the fact that Twitter, I will never call it X, the fact that Twitter and Instagram / Threads / anything that Mark Zuckerberg owns, the fact that they think that we're just gonna like run along and just give them all of our hard-earned time and effort and money is like, they gotta be out of their fucking minds, because their algorithm does not work the same. Oh, why is the economy gonna lose money? So a lot of small businesses are set up here on TikTok and do business here through TikTok, literally through TikTok. Like, not only just TikTok shops for their stuff, but, you know, being able to direct people to their websites, being able to direct people to their other social medias, to the things that they do, to the conventions that they're going to show up. Losing TikTok, losing that ability as a small business to function and get your product out there, means that money is not going into the economy at all. So, and it's going to have an increasing ripple effect, basically. Hey Tyler, how you doing, darling? Thank you so much. How are you? Oh. Sorry, this vitamin C tea is really good. You know me, I don't like citrus, but this citrus tea is... Oh, because it tastes like wassail. I'm like, why do I like it so... Oh, because it tastes like fucking wassail. That has to be it. What is in here? Anybody? Bueller? Oranges, rose hips, blackberry leaf, hibiscus. Rose hips, orange peel, natural flavors of tangerine orange, blood orange, hawthorn, hibiscus, and blackberry. Right, it is fantastic. Yeah, no, it's very much a domino effect. And it's not a domino effect that can be corrected quickly. That's like the biggest thing, is it's not a domino effect that can be corrected quickly. Which means people are going to get evicted. People are going to lose homes. People are going to lose the ability to feed their family. We're going to see a spike in homelessness, a spike in people living in their cars with their families, which is also going to lead to spikes in domestic violence. And then where are we going to put them? For-profit prisons. For-profit prisons are straight up modern day slavery. They are. They 1,000% are. For-profit prisons should not at all exist. At all. But again, this is never a right versus left. This is a ruling class versus working class. And we're this close to class consciousness. Honestly, if we achieved it in the next couple of weeks, which it's not impossible. It's not impossible. If we achieve it in the next couple of weeks where there is like some real class awakening and solidarity. Yeah. Oh yeah. And it's not even, here's the thing, it's not even one decision. It's been dozens of decisions, all of which were meant to step on the neck of the working class. And that's the problem. Because the working class is recognizing more and more that the color you favor doesn't matter nearly as much. I will admit I was not overly educated. Mostly because I grew up in an area where there was bias around certain subjects. I didn't know that skinheads, European ones, were not racist. In fact, they were very anti-racist. But now we got a different breed over here. But like, so many of us are learning that a lot of the people that we were told domestically were our enemies are not. We are learning a lot of the people that we were told to fear domestically are getting just as bad an end of the stick as we are, and that they are going through hardships just like us, if not even more so, and that they need our help and we need theirs. Yay! New job. Heck yeah. Right? Oh my god, yeah, no. Experiencing economic upheaval as an adult is beyond terrifying. Beyond terrifying, honestly. Yes, I'm going to do everything I can to be here tomorrow. I will try and get people updated as I know things. Unfortunately, I haven't known about stuff until usually just a couple minutes before I come on. So it's just like, and I can't speak on everything that I'm doing, so it is what it is. But any gentle pushes I will happily take. I'm just trying. Also, very much I'm fighting with depression right now, so it is what it is. But I will try and put on that brave effort forward, and hopefully Tuesday will be a little bit more gentle. But yeah. Good night. Goodbye. Be safe, my dear. How's everybody doing? What's the happening? What's the going ons? Now I want to watch Les Mis. Which honestly, everybody likes to look at the French Revolution and they study like the first half of it, which is all slicey, dicey, yay, we're getting rid of the people making it the worst. But we also need to read about the second half of that, which is the Reign of Terror with Robespierre. We need that full story so we know when to stop. That's the part that actually scares me more, is if something kicks off, if people don't know where to stop, it will take on a life of its own, and that will take decades to correct. Oh no, sorry, darling. I was saying goodbye to the person who was signing off for the night. I know that they've got a little one that they are also taking care of, so yeah. Oh yeah. Trust, I've got plenty of Valley in me. Ooh, frozen Uncrustable. Those are good. Those are good. Those are damn good. I would say, and I know this sounds crazy, touch of butter, a good hot pan, make sure it's nice and frozen in the middle, but slap that bad boy down, grill it up on the outside. That way when it's a little bit closer to liquid, it'll be warm, but it won't be like Pop-Tart. So we've all had that moment where you're like, oh, Pop-Tart looks good. I'm pretty sure all the jam just adhered to the inside of my mouth, and I have lost all taste and sensation in part of my face. I'm pretty sure I have full thickness burns. No. Ooh, frozen Nutella. I honestly wish we just had Uncrustable makers. Like, you know how you get a slice of bread? Just one that's big enough to fit in the slice of 2 of those, clamp it together, take off your, on the outside. That way you could put whatever you wanted in the middle. I am just saying, if you could make your own uncrustable styled calzone, your own uncrustable egg salad sandwich, your own uncrustable tuna fish, like there are so many possibilities for the kind of crustless sandwich that you could make, and it would be so good. Hello, how you doing, darling? Really? Do they? I didn't know that they had the little molds. That would be awesome. Oh, thank you, darling. Amazon with a cardigan. Oh, see, that's awesome. Again, something I would not have known unless... Clearly. Hey. How you doing, darlings? Welcome on in. Come on by. We're just hanging out. I got my tarot cards with. If anybody would like a reading, by all means, let me know. But yeah. Beating of my heart, as with the beating of the drum. I'll probably be on for oh god, it's already 9:30. It's rather late here. If I'm taking a few more readings, I'll be on for a while longer, but I'll say till about 10 o'clock. Oh, thank you so much, darling. I appreciate. I truly do. Thank you. I was able to get a lot of content filmed between Inna1 and Amanita, the new persona that I'm working on. Got a lot of that, so you're gonna see that rolling out at least for the next couple days on a pretty consistent basis. So yay! I'm gonna miss Masked Man and Call of Duty talk. No! I like those. Oh no, that can't happen. No. I gotta go on an unholy tear and find all these lovely, gorgeous people. Right? Like Insta has some thirst trappage, but not nearly to the same level and consistency and quality that we have on here. Some of them are goofy, some of them are dorky, some of them not my cup of tea, which I'm okay with, because there are a ton of them that are my cup of tea, including some amazing women or femmes or AFABs that cosplay as Koenig, and they do such a good job. Not to mention the forearms, the hands. I never noticed those before, but holy hell, they've... Do you know how attractive it is to see a nice sturdy hand, but with really, really well-trimmed nails? I look at those and go, oh yeah, I could let those pin me down and do bad things to me. Some of the thirst traps out here, yeah, they look cool, they look jacked, they look pumped, and then you see those nails and you go, ooh, no, you need a manicure. And about 5 pounds of that moisturizer that makes your hands not look like bear mittens. Like, just saying. Right? Those biceps. Right, oh my god, I love the beauty recommendations. Hell, I've learned how to do better makeup in passing on here. Oh, the food recs. Oh, the restaurant. Oh my god. Right, that part. Would I ever get married? Yes. Oh, yes. I honestly, I would not mind getting married. I am just ever so cautious when it comes to getting into a relationship. And being on social media has made me even more cautious, because the last thing I want is to get into a relationship where I'm going to be used as a stepping stone for clout. I already had that happen in a friendship, and I'm like, yeah, no thanks. Mm-hmm. Why do you want to make your hands rougher? What? No. Oh, no. Oh, hell no. Oh, no. No, no. 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 I just heard the window shut down noise, okay? I just heard my clam vacuum seal. I heard moisture gone. Like, why? 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 Are you trying to polish the bishop, like, quite literally? Because if you make your hand, 40 grit sandpaper, that is going to be the most handy ever. Just, no. Oh, he's married. Oh, so he hates the person he's with. Got it. He hates the person he's with. Because there is no logical explanation for that. No. When you hear the Mario shrink noise, you. Yeah, no. Not only do I have a headache, I got a backache, I got an ache. I got, I'd be sleeping in a different bedroom. You come at me with them rough ass hands. I'm sorry, but if you cannot pass your hands over my stockings and leave them perfectly intact, don't touch me. Right? That part. Make that make sense. Because, like, I don't think I know a lot about kinky, things. I do. I know, but I don't think anybody goes, oh my god, yes, make your hands rougher. Sand me, daddy, sand me. Like, make me feel like this old house. No. Sandblast that ass. No. Just, no. Making your hand rougher. Why? Trying to light shit on fire? Making it sound like an angry cricket at a bonfire? No. Not for me. Definitely not for me. I feel sorry for the person that is married to that. Because unless they have a very, very particular kink. No. Hey, honey. No. You can keep them dry, cracked, roughed. Just you can keep your hands to yourself. No. Because I mean, I have very. I don't have like the softest hands. Okay, I don't have like the gentle little oh, clouds and bubbly puff and cloud mittens. No, I don't have that. I have regular ass hands. Same point in time. I'm not gonna quink shame, but I am gonna quink ask why. Just say. What am I doing tomorrow? Let's see. Getting more stuff listed. Hopefully getting some stuff sold. Consolidating everything that needs to go. Putting in more applications and hopefully getting some good news on a few things. So, yeah. If you head over to Coffee, I've got artwork up there. As far as like here in Long Beach, I am selling off a lot of my furniture and some of my superfluous items, things that I'm not going to readily use, especially since I need to downsize, since I will, I might be moving to a much smaller apartment or to a, like a rented room in a house kind of situation, which would require a lot less things. So, yeah. Right. No, I can totally do working hands. I love a good pair of like blue collar hands. I like hands. It's like the roughness is the strength and the durability of the skin, not necessarily the rough texture. Like, again, if they can take their hand and run it down my cardigan and their hand slides, we're fine. But if they run down the cardigan and it snags every last little loop on the way down and it becomes like Velcro, yeah, no, you need to soften that shit up. I'm just saying. Honestly. So far we didn't have any Right. I'm not all about the scratchy. Give me a good strong hand. Give me a blacksmith's hand, but a blacksmith who wears leather gloves. You know what I mean? Like, give me a good strong hand, a good working class hand, but like one that knows how to, I don't know, have a manicure pedicure day. I'm just saying. Right, give me a good firm handshake. Do not tear off the first layer of my dermis. Like, that's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. Honestly. I'm just saying. I want you to hold me close. I don't need, like, if your hand leaves me and so does like the first couple layers of my gently lotioned, ever so lovely skin goes with it. Yeah, no. Honestly, it is. Honestly, it feels like the bar is in hell most days. And that half the time trying to get a guy to go get a mani-pedi looks like you trying to shod or take a farrier to a wild horse. No. It's like, if you don't give me that goddamn hoof and let me grind those nails out to a workable length, I swear. Just stop. Whoa, shh. You have to like corner him in. It's okay. Hey, it's okay. We're gonna get you beer. I'm gonna put on the game afterwards. It's okay. Shh. It's okay. Whoa. You become the douchebag whisperer. All so that you don't get your goods torn up by a poorly maintained hand. I mean, all you have to do is find the right girlfriend. And a firm grip is not a problem. I'm just saying. Yeah, gotta sedate them a little. Just, hey, buddy. Hey, look, it's a Heineken. It's a Heineken. Do you want a Heineken? Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, look at it. Oh, look at that Heineken. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. That seat looks real comfortable, don't it? Mm-hmm. Oh, see, you're sitting in your seat. Oh, look, no. They're just gonna, wow, those are like owl talons. Don't worry, no, it's just a small grinder. It's just a small grinder. We're gonna do like one or two little clips. It's fine. Oh, look, hey, oh, look. Ooh, shiny over here. Quick, somebody get me some boobs. Jingle. Wrangle that shit down, get it buffed out as fast as possible. I'm just saying. Right. Dude, I don't even think most gentlemen, and that is, no, sir, this is a Wendy's, not sir, I actually respect you. Sir, so many of them do not understand that their jank ass nails and their rough ass hands collect a lot of dirt and grit and other things. And then they wonder why we're not in the mood and we're really pissy and we seem to be scratching every now and again. Yeah, dude, you gave us a fucking yeast infection. You gave us the not happy. We haven't even addressed you washing your ass or your legs. But like, for the love of God, trim those GD nails down. I know with my nails, as I let them grow out and I sharpen them into that osprey talon point, I understand that I'm not gonna be the person on top in those particular instances. I understand that these quite quickly put me into the category of pillow princess. I am the lipstick. I understand these things. I still maintain a decent amount of softness and a decent amount of care, because heaven forbid the mood strikes me and nobody else is about. I don't want to harm myself. I don't want to give myself the itch. But how we cannot seem to explain this in ways that they understand. But then again, I'm honestly convinced that there are a lot of masculine people, male people, who don't actually like women for any variety of reasons, and not all of them of the, oh, I just don't like women. No, like, there's deeper psychology behind a lot of that, but I'm just like, how can you just not like a potential partner so much that you're like, I can't even maintain my hands so that you may feel something other than a burning sensation? These are also the same assholes who will eat jalapenos with their goddamn bare hands and then touch. And then wonder why their junk also feels like it's been lit on fire. Oh, I don't know, Craig. Maybe it was that Mexican surf and turf with the jalapenos and salsa that you dipped your fucking hands into, licked, and then when you went to the restroom, luckily you didn't do the free willy, like, no aim. You actually touched it yourself, and you didn't think, that's a new level of sensation I'm having there. Maybe I should wash my hands. So no, you take me home afterwards, and then I get to discover the awakening. So many horrific feels. Right. And it's like, I'm not asking you to be completely metro. I'm not asking you to do a full face of makeup or change everything head to foot. I don't need everybody to have a back sack and crack wax. Okay? Have body hair. I'm very okay with that. But like there needs to be a certain level of maintaining hygiene that you at least attempt to do. Attempt. Basic shit. Like, wash your ass. Like, I almost want to recommend certain men to go over to like 304 TikTok just so they learn how to clean themselves. I'm like, 304s are some of the cleanest people you will ever meet because we know that there's going to be traffic there. Therefore, like, for the love of God, learn some basic hygiene. Some witch hazel on a wet wipe. Part your cheeks like Moses parted the Red Sea. For the love of God. If you are creating your own cheese factory and you got some Limburger on deck, nobody's gonna go there. No one. Nobody wants to show up where Limburger is made, okay? So we're gonna clean that out, especially if we're gonna have company over. We're going to make sure that it's fresh, that it's gently powdered, well oiled, lotioned, ready to go. Pleasantly so, please. Like, and it's not just them. It's not just them. There are femmes, AFABs, women out there who also need to learn some hygiene. How some of this stuff was not taught. And like, look, there is stuff that I've learned hygiene-wise here. And I've gone like, I did not know that actually makes a good amount of sense. Okay, that's a better way to clean. That's a better way to do. Okay. I can get behind this. But like, there's some simple shit. And like, who didn't know that you actually had to apply pressure to wash your legs? Who's just like, I'm gonna put soap here, and then as it washes down and slides down the body, it'll just do its job. What? No. Scrubby everything. Like, scrubby everything. Between the webbings, okay? Like, in between everything. It's not like I'm expecting you to fit the whole hand, but at least get a fingertip in there. Like a duck. Like, right the back sides of the ears right here. Because that's where you get all those lovely little, like, blackheads and whatnot if you don't, scrub well. Like, you learn to get your fingertips in and do the whole massage. You learn so many things about health and hygiene and whatnot. And I'm like, this app has at least opened the discussion to better hygiene, to better healthcare, to learning what works in other cultures. What can you integrate with your own? Like African, yes! Like the African bath net sponges, like learning about those super simple to install toilet seat bidets. Those things are lovely. I especially like the heated ones, which is me. But no, like bidets. Because, a bidet used to be a mystery. It used to be its own whole separate thing. It used to be its own confusing toilet that people used very wrong. But now, people have explained what it is. Now, we've come out with cheaper models that are like $40, $20, and that can be installed directly on the toilet seat in like 15, 20 minutes. Like, we did that. We weren't the only place that was discussing these things, but like the major discussions were taking place on here. And we learned, as a collective, we learned more about health and hygiene and how quickly something can spread and cross-contamination. We learned all of these things, and we started actually expecting each other to do better. We're like, hey, did you see the thing with the thing? And did you know that cornstarch, if you don't like tapa, cornstarch is good for a lot of things. No talc. No cancer causing stuff. Just say, we have learned better. We now do better. Like, I don't want to lose this place. I don't want to lose this place because we've learned so much and we've come so fucking far. I mean, some people you've kind of had to drag them in kicking and screaming, but still, we've made improvements. Having to have discussions around food safety trying to explain why black people wash certain foods like meats and how we go about washing them. We're not taking Dawn soap and a giant, sprayer hose and hosing it down like it's a goddamn car wash. We're doing brine washes, lemon, salt, bit of vinegar, put the meat in, let it soak for a while to get any possible not good stuff off of it, gently pouring the water, down the sink, patting it dry, and then wiping everything down. Just saying. Tell me the chicken doesn't come out so much nicer. Not only are you getting a little extra seasoning to it, but you don't have that extra kind of gross soup that always creates that weird bubbly protein that looks nasty as fuck. Nasty as fuck. Now we all know how to wash the chicken or wash the meat. We're getting not only cleaner meat and ingredients to work with, but we're also getting a better way to do things with less cross-contamination and better tasting food. And more of us are like, I need a different flavor profile. And like, I saw a black woman and she was listing off every possible spice in the black southern cooking, repertoire. She's like, I got onion powder, garlic powder, Old Bay, Lowry's, Creole seasoning, blackening seasoning, She's like, I got all these things, but everything kind of tastes the same. I want some new flavor profiles. So, what should I get that would maybe give me some different flavor? I still like a bit of heat, this, that, and the other. And people started coming in with get gochujang, get fish sauce, work with like more Asian profiles for your seasonings. So basically we're creating fusion food. But yeah, like, we have an open exchange of information without having to lose anything of ourselves. And that is an impressive thing. To be able to get recipes that you would not otherwise run into, or try foods that you would not have otherwise known of. I love my little doom scrolls every now and again. It's Mexican parents trying new foods, and they went through and they were doing like Filipino foods, so like adobo, certain types of like tortas. They gave them dinuguin over white rice. If you do not know Sanguine, it is incredibly high iron, high minerals, lots of protein. Because it is basically gently stewed internal organs in usually a pork blood sauce that has vinegar and spices and garlic, amongst other things in it. And it does not taste directly like the deep red. It has a very rich flavor to it. It's got the spices and the vinegar are the forward notes. It tastes a little bit minerally, but usually in a very good way. And they were like, oh, this is good. Oh, shit, this is good. Yeah, oh. Yeah, I like the flavor. Good spices. I like the vinegar. It's over the rice. It's really nice. And they're like, what do you think the sauce is made out of? And they're like, I don't know, but it looks kind of like mole. So maybe there's chocolate in it. Some of these other things. Like, nope, that's actually pork blood. Okay, so it's like blood pudding. And just kept going. Didn't even face them. I'm like, yes. That amazing, I want to say it's the Korean father, the mother, their daughter prepares them like these chef level meals, and you just get to sit there and watch them enjoy themselves, and bussin', like so good, so good. And like she even puts up videos of how she prepared the food and everything she put in there. And ooh, and she made a southern soul food meal. She did so right by southern soul food. Absolutely knocked it out of the park. And honestly, the parents out blacked a lot of Black America, because they put candied yam, that wonderful that brown sugar molasses sauce that we tend to drizzle over the butter and the goodness and that flavor of the yam built in. They took that loveliness from the candied yams, poured it over cornbread, and went to town. I'm like, I think they just blacked us. I think they just did a more black thing than any of us thought. Like, and it was funny too, because when that happened, I was like, I was like, let me. Other black people deeds. Damn, they out blacked us. How did that happen? I don't know, but I'm gonna be doing it from now on. And yeah, so again, we learn things from each other. That's what this entire platform has always been about. I'm not ready to lose it. So, fuck it, I'm gonna fight for it. Anyways, it is now 10 o'clock. I definitely need to toddle off. Maybe get a few things done. But I will do my absolute best to be back tomorrow, and I will let y'all know when I know. I will try and make sure that things are set up early. This week is going to be a little bit, these next couple of weeks are going to be a little bit bonkers. So when I know, you will know, and I will try and keep you in the loop. But yeah. Funeral potatoes. Oh my god, yes! Fucking love funeral potatoes. Bring topics tomorrow. Like just whatever you've seen on your little doom scrolls, whatever you want to ask about, whatever we're going to chat about, bring it in. You know us. Anything that is put forward, politely, respectfully, civilly, we can talk on. And I absolutely adore the banter. So please feel free to bring those. Bring questions if you want. It's all good. So thank you so much, my darlings.